Chapter 100. The group did not stop. Zhou Zhongmao remembered what his uncle had told him to not stay in the eastern forest for too long. He traveled through the night and drove out of the forest. He listened to his cousin, but he also listened to his uncle. "Brother Lin, it's been so long and the sky is already dark. Why don't we rest here?" Yuan Tianchu suggested. He didn't dare to challenge Lin Fan now. Looking at the current situation, Lin Fan wasn't very friendly to him. His tone was very friendly, as if he was Lin Fan's good brother for many years. "Dark? Look at the situation outside. Can you tell when the sky is dark?" Lin Fan glanced out. Going out was troublesome. To be honest, he didn't want to come out at all. It wasn't good to stay at home. Sleeping in a warm bed, eating delicious food, how enjoyable it was. Yuan Tianchu glanced at the situation outside. It was true. What kind of lousy forest is this? Why are the leaves so dense? I can't even tell if it's day or night. After an unknown period of time, there was a light in front of them. It was the exit of the eastern forest. Up until now, they did not know how long they had been traveling. In any case, they had been rushing without stopping. "Young master, have a safe journey," Old Wu said. His mission was to ensure that the young master and the others left the eastern forest. He then turned around and went back the way he came. "We're out." Yuan Tianchu walked out of the carriage and took a deep breath. The smell in the eastern suburbs forest was terrible. "Cousin, rest here for a while. This bumpy carriage makes my head hurt," Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao looked around and confirmed that there was no movement. He nodded and said, "All right, cousin." Then, he dismounted and stood not far away, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Go Zi took a blanket and laid it on the ground so that young master could sit more comfortably. When they saw how Lin Fan was treated, it was too late for regrets. "Sigh, I left in too much of a hurry and didn't make any preparations. If I had known earlier, I would have brought servants to take care of him." Lin Fan ate and said, "Now that we have left Yu City, it is impossible for us to go back. Let's talk about what we have to do next. Don't worry, once we leave Yu City, we are from the same place. I promise I won't beat you up." "All right, with Brother Lin's words, Brother Liang and I can rest assured." Yuan Tianchu didn't pretend. This was exactly what he was worried about. Now that they were unfamiliar with this place, and they had no friends, if Lin Fan really wanted to take care of them, no one would care even if they screamed themselves hoarse. Liang Yongji's face was full of bitterness. He did not understand why he was chased out of the Liang family. "I'm not used to this place." Lin Fan nodded. "Now that we are on the same side, there needs to be a leader in the group. I won't talk nonsense, I will recommend myself. I will be the leader. Of course, I will be fair. There are 5 of us now, so let's raise our hands to vote. Those who agree with me being the boss, raise your hand." Swoosh. Without any suspense, Go Zi raised his hand. Cousin, who was not far away, also raised his hand. Lin Fan silently raised his hand and cast a vote for himself. 3-2, there is no suspense at all. There is no need to choose. I will reluctantly be the leader of this group. Is that okay? Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 66. Damn. What problem could there be? Out of the 5 people, you occupied 3. If this was called fair, then what was unfair? Zhou Zhongmao said, "I have no problem." Go Zi said, "I am fine too." Liang Yongji and Yuan Tianchu exchanged glances with one another. They had no problem, but they did. Unfortunately, they had no choice. Whoever had the stick in their hands was the boss. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. "Now that we are outside, we are on the same boat. We will prosper together and suffer together. How much silver did you bring?" Don't worry, I am not greedy for your money. I just want to gather resources and manage them better. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. As expected, he started to act just like that. He kept silent. He definitely couldn't say how much money he brought. If not, he would be penniless, and it would be tough for him to move. If he was abandoned on the way, he might starve to death on the streets. Brother Liang, you speak first. Lin Fan asked. Liang Yongji panicked, I don't have money. Brother Yuan, what about you? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu thought about it. What did he mean? He had to think carefully. Lin Fan asked them how much money they brought because he wanted to see how valuable they were. If they didn't, the outcome would be tragic. Brother Lin, your suggestion is very good. I agree with it. This time, I brought a total of 600 taels of silver. Now, I'll hand all 600 taels of silver over to Brother Lin for safekeeping. Yuan Tianchu was very magnanimous as he directly took out the silver. What a joke. Could he not take it? Liang Yongji wasn't smart enough, and his life wouldn't be good. He just had to take out some, so why did he have to hide it so deeply? Lin Fan sighed and waved his hands. Zhou Zhongmao walked over. Very quickly. Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? A team needs to trust one another, I really. Walala. Silver rolled out from Liang Yongji's bag. There were at least a few hundred. Liang Yongji was stunned and then coughed. Who placed it there? I remember that I didn't bring any money. I placed it wrongly, now it is returned to its rightful owner. Lin Fan kept the money. Great, since he said it wasn't yours, then it was mine. Liang Yongji's heart was dripping blood. Damn it. Too much, that was really too much. Rage points plus 99. He didn't even get far, and he started to kill a pig. No, he was bullying him. Yuan Tianchu saw all of this. As expected, Liang Yongji was being punished. What was the point? Didn't he look at the current situation? Lying had no benefits. With his understanding of Lin Fan, he would definitely check it on the spot. If he said it wasn't yours, then he would take it. Maybe he was waiting for Liang Yongji to say that he didn't bring any money. Great, he found the money, but you said you didn't bring it, so it could only be his. Brother Liang, this is your fault. How can you not bring money when you go out? Yuan Tianchu asked. Liang Yongji looked at Yuan Tianchu and cursed in his heart. Bastard! Who didn't bring money? This young master brought money, but it was snatched away by him. Brother Lin, I will prove my innocence. Yuan Tianchu opened his bag. Apart from clothes, there was nothing else. However, while Lin Fan wasn't paying attention, he touched his chest. Maybe it wasn't safe to hide here. If there was a chance, he had to change places. Very good. We are a team, and a team needs to trust one another. I hope that the two of you can trust me. Only then can we leave safely and return safely. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu nodded his head solemnly. However, he panicked. As expected, he revealed his killing intent. Leave safely and return safely. There was a hidden meaning in his words. If they weren't united, they wouldn't be able to return safely. Father, I know that you want to train me, but you can't push me into a pit of fire. After a long while. Cousin, we should head out. Before the sky turns dark, we might be able to rest at the inn 80 miles away. Zhou Zhongmao looked at the map. Uncle had already marked the route. They just had to follow the route. Chapter 101. Lin Manor. Old Master, Young Master has exited the East Forest. Old Wu returned from the East Forest. He escorted them all the way. The speed of the young masters was really slow. Lin Wani said, do the Yin demons have any thoughts? Yes, some Yin demons are tempted, they want to attack young master. Old Wu said. Yin demons rarely appeared in front of the masses, and they usually killed people at night. If one's cultivation wasn't high, they would basically die if they met the Yin demons at night. Although Zhong Mao was strong, if he faced a certain number of Yin demons, it would be tough. From Yu City to Marshall Path Mountain, the shortest path was through the East Forest. This was why he followed to ensure the safety of the young masters. I hope that he can grow up. Lin Wani placed down the book in his hand and pushed open the window to look at the night sky outside. Lin Fan and the others were about to reach their destination after the sky turned dark. Cousin, the inn is in front. Zhou Zhongmao pointed at the place where the lights were lit up and said. I can finally rest. Yuan Tianchu heaved a sigh of relief. It was too tiring sitting in the carriage. His bones felt like they were frozen and couldn't relax. This was the first time he went out. He felt really uneasy. Maybe the biggest reason was that Lin Fan was here. To him, Lin Fan's words were filled with danger and hidden schemes. Ride! Instantly. A bunch of people galloped on horseback. When they passed Lin Fan and the others, they didn't even take a look, heading straight for the inn. The dust that rose up caused Lin Fan and the others to choke. They ran so quickly, are they rushing to reincarnate? Lin Fan waved his hands and scolded. Yuan Tianchu muttered softly, Brother Lin, we are outside and not familiar with this place. It is best if we stay low profile. Am I not low profile enough now? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Tianchu rolled his eyes. What low profile? Luckily they ran quickly. If they heard, they would definitely fight. If they really fought. Don't expect him and Liang Yongqi to be of any use. They were all good for escaping. He wasn't bragging. Liang Yongqi was Martial Path Grade 3. He was a little stronger than Liang Yongqi, reaching Martial Path Grade 4. This bit of cultivation along with their status, apart from the Lin family, they were invincible. No one dared to provoke him. However, it was different outside. They would be beaten up like dogs. Lin Fan shook his head, Brother Yuan, you are too timid. You are totally different from when you were in Yu City. I still remember how domineering you were when you wanted to kill the commoners. Damn. Yuan Tianchu really didn't want to waste his breath. What was he talking about? How could he not be overbearing in Yu City? But look at the current situation. I should keep a low profile when I'm outside, especially when you're beside me. If I don't keep a low profile, I'll die. While they were chatting, they had already arrived at the inn. The servant was leading a horse. It should be the horse of the previous group of people. When he saw Lin Fan and the others, the servant immediately went forward with a face full of smiles. Are you guys staying in the inn? Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin. Are we going to stay or eat something? Check in and take care of our horses, Lin Fan said as he got off the carriage. All right. The waiter welcomed them into the shop and shouted at the top of his lungs, honored guests have arrived. Then he went to get the horse. Within the shop, another waiter welcomed them with a smile. The situation within the shop was a little complicated. When Lin Fan and the others entered, numerous gazes focused on them. These people didn't dress like commoners. Also, the weapons on the table were enough to show that they were all experienced people. Their hands were probably stained with blood. Brother Lin, these people live on the tip of blades. We have to be careful. Yuan Tianchu said softly. They weren't in Yu City anymore. They had to restrain their arrogant and unbridled temper. These people wouldn't show mercy just because of who they were. If they really had conflicts and fought, people would die. What do the few of you want to eat? The waiter asked. Okay. Liang Yongqi was really hungry. Since leaving Yu City, he hadn't eaten anything good. Now that he was here, he had to eat something good to reward himself. Lin Fan interrupted, do you have money? Those words stunned Liang Yongqi. Brother, you just took a few hundred silver from me. That was my silver. If I said no, you would treat it as if it wasn't. Rage points plus 99. He was really angry now, it was a little too much. Give me 2 bowls of yangchun noodles and 3 portions of lamb leg and lamb soup. Lin Fan said. Okay, please wait for a moment. With a face full of smiles, the waiter ran to the kitchen diligently. Lin Fan saw Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu look at him and smiled, don't look at me like that. With our current situation, we have to save some. Who knows what will happen in the future? Zhou Zhongmao looked around and then said softly. Cousin, be careful. This place isn't safe. Their expressions aren't right. Zhou Zhongmao might have looked honest, but he was dumb. Actually, he was really smart and was good at reading people. Lin Fan frowned. How annoying. Their expressions weren't right. Were they not even giving him a chance to eat? Very quickly. Lamb leg, meat soup, and yangchun noodles were here. Lin Fan cut some meat and passed the soup to Yuan Tianchu. He smiled, come, eat some. Yuan Tianchu thought that Lin Fan wanted to eat it alone. So, he misunderstood him. Then, he wolfed down the food. Lin Fan stared at Yuan Tianchu. After a short while and confirming that everything was fine, he passed the meat and soup to his cousin and go Z. Eat, it's safe. Yuan Tianchu's hand that was holding the meat stopped. Safe? What did he mean? Damn, did this fellow treat him as a poison tester? Rage points plus 111. Brother Lin, you. He didn't dare believe it. They were supposed to be a team, so why was it different from what he said before? Lin Fan said, Brother Yuan, look at your oily faces. Just one look and I know that you eat too oily and have too much fat. Eat some light yangchun noodles to nourish your body. Yuan Tianchu was so furious that he wanted to beat him up. How could he be so shameless? He was shocked. Not good, he nearly fell for Lin Fan's trap. Thinking about it, he was terrified. Why did Lin Fan only order 3 portions of meat and soup? He did it on purpose to infuriate him and Liang Yongqi. As long as he shouted at Lin Fan and had a conflict with him, then Lin Fan would use that as a reason to abandon the 2 of them. Terrifying, it was just too terrifying. He nearly fell for it. His hand beneath the table pressed onto Liang Yongqi's leg. He shook his head to tell him not to fall for it. Yuan Tianchu said, Brother Lin's words make sense. To think so much about our health, I am touched. Hayes, it is okay. It is good that you can understand. Lin Fan said. Amazing. Yuan Tianchu was different from when he was in U City. His temper was much better. However, the rage points came at a bad time, revealing their true intentions. Pa! The inn's door was pushed open. A bunch of people stood at the entrance, their aura was really intense. The leader stood at the entrance and looked around like he was trying to see through everyone. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Someone slowly touched the handle of his weapon, his gaze turning cold. Sirs, are you all staying here or? The servant gathered his courage and asked. However, before he finished, the leader pushed him aside. Bring me the best things you have here. The leader said solemnly. He found a table and sat down. He then stared at everyone around. At that moment, the inn was split into 3 factions. The 2 factions were facing off against one another. Lin Fan's faction was just passing by to have a meal and do nothing. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi retracted their necks. At this moment, they realized that things weren't right. It was like they were implicated in something huge. Chapter 102. Brother Lin, let's go upstairs and eat. Yuan Tianchu said solemnly, according to my guess, there will be a huge battle here. We are just passers-by, it's better to stay away from it. His thoughts were very simple. Stay out of danger. Stay away from the fighting. When they were in danger, they really couldn't rely on Lin Fan. It would be good enough if they didn't get kicked in the back. To think that he would save her. Dream on. Liang Yongqi agreed with this. Although he was no longer valued in the Liang family and was even in despair, when his life was threatened, he would definitely want to save it. Don't waste it, eat the noodles. We are outside and not in Yu City, so we have to plan each meal carefully. Lin Fan picked up the lamb leg and bit into it. He then drank the soup, causing his mouth to be covered in grease. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 66. The two of them were so angry that they were about to cry. This was really too much. Can't you feel the pain of your conscience when you say these words? They were truly unconvinced. Just eat something good. It's fine if your cousin eats well. But the servants by your side also have mutton to eat, isn't this going too far? Or could it be that their young masters couldn't even compare to a servant? Pa! At this moment, the leader suddenly slammed his weapon on the table. The commotion was so loud that everyone in the surroundings stood up in shock. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, as if a battle was about to break out. Lin Fan frowned. It was a little noisy and affected his appetite. Seeing that his cousin was unhappy, Zhou Zhongmao stood up abruptly and said angrily, "All of you better behave yourselves. Don't disturb my cousin's meal." Uproar. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. Who is this person? How arrogant. Is it one of us? I don't think so. They were all muttering, not knowing who Zhou Zhongmao was and which side he belonged to. Yuan Tianchu lowered his head and did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Don't look at me, this has nothing to do with me. Tiger, it was really a tiger. If they were disturbed, they could just eat quickly. There was no need to attract so much attention. Liang Yongji took a step back and moved further away from the table. If they were to fight later, it would be normal for them to flip the table. Lin Fan nibbled on the leg of lamb and said, "I am the cousin he mentioned." Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 111, rage points plus 123, 1380 rage points flowed into his account. No matter which side it was, they were all furious. They felt that this person was a bit too arrogant. "Sir, you don't look familiar. I don't think you're from here. I advise you not to get involved in some things. It's not good for you or your friends," the leader said as he lowered his head and drank his wine. His fingers were long and slender, but the bones of his fingers were obvious, giving off an eerie feeling. The people beside the leader all stared at Lin Fan. Some of them slowly pulled out their weapons, showing off their might. It was as if they were saying that if they dared to speak any more nonsense, they would kill them. Yuan Tianchu's heart was in his throat. He could feel danger approaching. Lin Fan couldn't be thinking of using these people to kill them, could he? It was not impossible. It's a misunderstanding. This brother is right. We are just passing by. We will leave after we finish eating. You guys can do your own things. Yuan Tianchu said. Are you threatening me? Lin Fan stared at the leader. What he hated the most was being threatened. If it was in the past and cousin wasn't by his side and he wasn't strong, then he would just casually threaten him and he wouldn't do anything. But now it was different. His heart swelled up. He wasn't weak and cousin had broken through to martial path grade 9. Naturally, when they fought, he would be extremely strong. I am just speaking the truth. The leader said. He didn't care about Lin Fan and the others at all. Or rather, he had another goal. His true enemy wasn't these people but the other people here. Yuan Tianchu was about to be stunned. He was doing it on purpose, he was definitely doing it on purpose. Surname Lin, couldn't you just say a few words less? Everyone was living in harmony and didn't care about one another. Why did you have to do that? Brother Liang, be careful later. Yuan Tianchu said softly. Liang Yongqi's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded his head. Lin Fan silently finished the lamb leg. The leader scoffed coldly and didn't bother about Lin Fan anymore. His target was the people who sat there and didn't move, pretending to be normal people. They were the true enemies. At that moment, Lin Fan finished the meat on the lamb leg and only the bones were left. Suddenly, with a show, he directly tossed the bones towards the leader. Voila! A bright light flashed in the leader's eyes. With a kacha sound, the bones broke. Ta! The people around him all stood up and stared at Lin Fan in rage. A guy with a knife scar on his face hollered in rage, "You are asking to die." Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Another wave of 1,952 rage points. Lin Fan pointed at the leader and said, "Let me tell you, I didn't reply to you because I was hungry. Now that I am full, let's deal with you. Were you threatening me?" The leader glanced at Lin Fan and said coldly, "You want to die." Many people were baffled by what happened at the scene. The people who were waiting in the inn exchanged glances with one another and didn't move. They wanted to see what the situation was like. "Cousin, trouble." Lin Fan opened his mouth. Zhou Zhongmao got up, twisting his neck as he walked towards the leader. "You are asking to die." Instantly, one of them hollered and attacked cousin with a knife. Zhou Zhongmao raised his hand and slapped towards him. When his palm touched the blade, it instantly shattered. Then, his palm smashed heavily onto his chest. He cried out in pain. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. He fell to the ground and didn't move at all. He was totally dead. To Zhou Zhongmao, even if he fought outside, he would ensure that he killed the enemy in one strike. He wouldn't let them have any chance to live. Lin Fan felt heart-pained. Cousin was a little vicious. If he killed them all, he wouldn't get any rage points. "Cousin, don't kill them all," Lin Fan said. Shock. The leader didn't expect that this ordinary-looking, honest-looking guy would be so domineering. "My cousin said that I won't kill all of you, but all of you have to kneel down," Zhou Zhongmao hollered. His voice was like thunder. Thick internal strength spread out through his voice. Pooh! Some of the people with lower cultivations felt like their chests suffered a heavy blow and they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The people around who didn't move at all were the same. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. What strong internal strength! What kind of cultivation did this guy have to be able to injure them with just his voice? Also, what should they do now? They were the ones who attacked the leader, but now an unknown power appeared and took him down. This was a little awkward. Lin Wanyi nurtured Zhou Zhongmao and naturally taught him top techniques. Even if he took them out, numerous people would fight for them. "Who are you?" The leader couldn't keep calm. To have such strength, he definitely wasn't a nameless person. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of him and lifted his leg. He was as quick as lightning. With a crack, his knee broke and he knelt on the ground. "Cousin, it is done," Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan was satisfied with his cousin's super helper. Normally, he didn't want to fight as it would damage his image as a rich young master. He walked in front of the leader. "I thought you were an expert, so you are just like that. Let me ask you, do you know your mistakes?" He looked down from above. The leader was astonished. He didn't expect that so many of them couldn't beat one person. "Who are you?" "We are the King Wudong guards." At this moment, he could only report his background and wanted to use the name of King Wudong to suppress them. King Wudong. Lin Fan didn't expect that he would cross paths with King Wudong again. However, this development process was a little unfriendly. Why did it feel like they were developing in a hostile direction? Don't mention all this to me. Can't you be quiet when you eat? What are you talking about? You even threatened me. Show me how strong you are. You can't, right? ZZ, Lin Fan shook his head in regret. Why did they have to do that? It wasn't good for anyone. Now that they knew the situation, they were just suffering. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi were stunned. Oh God. It was just a meal and a nap. Was there a need to do all this? Couldn't he just be good? Chapter 103. These people were King Wudong's guards and naturally had a mission. Some people in the inn were prepared to attack here. Maybe because the difference in strength wasn't huge, everyone was waiting for a chance. However, the situation wasn't right. Lin Fan was like a shit stick. No, it couldn't be said that. Although a shit stick was a stick, what it stirred was shit. He remembered that when he was in middle school, because he was naughty, his teacher called him a shit stick in front of all the students. Not only did he not feel sad about it, but he felt fortunate that his teacher loved him. After all, he was just a stick and not shit. Mao Ying stared at Lin Fan in rage, his eyes shining red. Even King Wudong's name didn't scare him. Was there something wrong with his head? Lin Fan noticed that a corner of Mao Ying's chest looked like a book. He walked forwards to take it out to take a look. For him to keep it close to his body, it was definitely something good. Seeing him get close, Mao Ying gritted his teeth. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes as he struck towards Lin Fan. The aura was really domineering, like he wanted to rip Lin Fan's heart apart. Zhou Zhongmao didn't panic at all. He had calculated the safe distance in his heart. If he dared to attack, he would be able to instantly kill him. Even though his speed was fast, Lin Fan's was even faster. Pa! Lin Fan grabbed Mao Ying's hand and used mixed energy broken jade hand. The color of his palm slowly changed. He used a little strength and there was a cracking sound. His palm started to change in a really weird manner. He screamed. Mao Ying's head was covered in sweat. His eyes were opened wide like he was suffering from an unbearable pain. Are you sick in the head? Lin Fan shook his head and took out the thing from his chest. Mao Yin bent over and covered his palms with sweat dripping down his face. Pain, it was really painful. Yuan Tianchu was stunned. Especially when Lin Fan crushed his hand so simply and violently, he felt panic in his heart. He even noticed that Lin Fan was acting like a pig to eat a tiger. He didn't notice how cruel he was in U City. Who knew that the moment he left U City, he would be so vicious? He hid it really well. If he continued to stay in U City, he would have continued to be cheated. But now, he had caused huge trouble. He was King Wudong's man and he didn't give him any face at all, suppressing him with violence. In the future, King Wudong would definitely hate him. With King Wudong's status, dealing with the families in U City was like squashing ants. Everyone else in the relay station was panicking. Things had developed beyond imagination. Something was wrong. But even if something was wrong, no one dared to say anything. Military defense map. Lin Fan had thought that it was something good, but it was just a map. He was not interested in these things. Since the other party had kept them, they naturally had their uses. We are just normal people, so it is best if we don't join in. Yuan Tianchu said. He was really afraid. He had just left for a short time and faced such a thing. It wasn't good for anyone to be involved in King Wudong's battle. If he headed out, he would just head to Marshall Path Mountain. Why did he have to get involved in so many things? Yuan Tianchu thought about it. Things definitely weren't so simple. Since the defense map was so important, why would King Wudong only send these small people? He definitely had a backup plan. As for this backup plan, he guessed that it wasn't simple. There were definitely claws of King Wutong in this group of people. Yuan Tianchu lowered his head and didn't want others to remember his face. If they remembered and drew it out and put a bounty on him, the outcome would be catastrophic. As for finding a backup plan, there was no need to talk about it. It had nothing to do with him, so stop joking. Lin Fan said, since it is so important, then why are you keeping it? The best protection is to destroy the evidence so that no one can find it. The moment he said that, he placed the map on the oil lamp and lit it up. Burn it and no one will know. It is such a simple matter. Go, Zi said, young master is really smart. Brother Lin has a good idea. Yuan Tianchu was shocked. In the past, everyone said that this surnamed Lin had a problem with his head, but after this matter, he realized that those who said that were the ones with a problem were the ones with a problem. To think of such a good idea. Could one say that he had a problem with his head? Chapter 104. Burned. The fire was really strong, and the maps that King Wutong wanted were burned just like that. Rage points plus 333. Lin Fan found it weird. Where did the rage points come from? Moreover, it was just one of them. Weird. Brother Lin, this. Yang Wu didn't know what to say. The map that they wanted to get back was burned just like that. It burned really quickly, and they weren't able to react at all. Lin Fan said, okay, done. Waiter, give me 3 rooms. Okay. The waiter replied. This was a vicious person, and he had to serve him well. If he didn't, he wouldn't even know how he died if he did the same to him. To Yuan Tianchu, he didn't even need to think about it. One of the 3 rooms would definitely belong to him. However, the key was how many people were in it. Lin Fan got up and walked upstairs. Cousin, pay attention to these people. Don't let them save you. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. He would definitely do what cousin instructed. These King Wutong guards were mostly destroyed by him. It was impossible for them to flee. Unless someone came to save them. But was that possible? He definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. Yang Wu wanted to be friends with Lin Fan, but looking at the situation, it was obvious that Lin Fan didn't want to interact with him. The people who came to get back the map didn't know what to do next. Things were always so inexplicable. It seemed like a good thing that the map was burned, but there was only one copy, and once it was burned, it would be gone. It was important to King Wutong, but to them, it was important too. As for finding trouble with him, forget about it. Didn't they see how strong he was? There were 3 rooms, one for Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi. To Yuan Tianchu, he was mentally prepared, but to Liang Yongqi, he couldn't take it. That was just too much. He was the Liang family 3rd young master, and no matter what, he was born with a silver spoon. Even if he went out and the conditions were bad, he should at least have had a single room, right? But what was this? Within the room, Liang Yongqi took off his clothes and wore his pajamas to have a good sleep. What happened outside had nothing to do with him. Even King Wutong had nothing to do with him. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? He noticed that Yuan Tianchu's back was facing him as if he was doing something, so he asked. Yuan Tianchu's body trembled slightly. He turned around and forced a smile. I'm not sleepy. I'll sleep later. One of his hands was inside his clothes, but because his body was blocking it, it could not be seen. This situation was a little weird, and Liang Yongqi thought to himself, Brother Yuan, did you hide some money? Sneaky. That was a possibility. How is that possible? Yuan Tianchu smiled. In his heart, he was shocked. It turned out that Liang Yongji was not simple. He actually saw through it. However, as long as he did not admit it, nothing would happen. If you don't believe me, show me. Liang Yongji saw that Yuan Tianchu's expression wasn't right and was even more certain that this guy was hiding some money. He had been exploited by Lin Fan until he had nothing left. He had long been unhappy in his heart. Yuan Tianchu shouted as he went forward to pull him. Don't move, don't move. Rip. 2 tails of silver fell to the ground. Liang Yongji glared and said, "You really hid money." Yuan Tianchu felt very awkward. Damn. He hid it so deeply and was still noticed. Did he have to do that? I will tell Lin Fan now that you hid money. Liang Yongqi wanted to wear his clothes and tell Lin Fan the truth. He had nothing, and he definitely couldn't let Yuan Tianchu have money. Yuan Tianchu pulled Liang Yongqi, Don't tell him that I have nothing. How can one survive outside without money? How about this, don't tell him, you have a share. I want half. Liang Yongqi took a look, and there were at least a few hundred. He knew that Yuan Tianchu wouldn't be willing to take it out. So, it was a diversion. You are too evil. Yuan Tianchu exclaimed, I really didn't expect you to be so vicious. Half. Why don't you want it all? Liang Yongqi said, Okay, I don't even want half. I will tell him now and see whether or not you can have half. The moment he said that, he was about to wear his clothes and go tell. It seemed like he couldn't be stopped at all. Yuan Tianchu pulled him, Okay, I give up. Half then. Let me tell you that Lin Fan isn't simple. Don't be so simple. Did you see what happened today? Based on my guesses, the people outside will all die tomorrow. How do you know? Liang Yongqi asked. He really didn't think that Yuan Tianchu was very smart. Big brothers don't talk about second brothers. Scoff, how do you know? That's because you don't understand him. Do you know why he didn't kill the people outside? Yuan Tianchu asked. Because they are King Wudong's men. Killing them would cause trouble. Liang Yongqi said. Yuan Tianchu laughed, Stupid. Let me tell you, that is because he is fishing. Based on my guess, he knows that King Wudong's men are in the crowd, which is why he didn't kill them. He wants to draw them out tonight. If he killed them before, they wouldn't have a reason to save them. He is really smart. If we follow behind him, we will be in danger. We have to plan ahead. This was what he had just thought about. Thinking about it, it was really terrifying. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu suspiciously. His words sounded like they were true. Do you believe that we will see tomorrow? I am a little hungry. Yangchun noodles. How can I be full? Take the money and ask the waiter to send us lamb legs and meat soup. Yuan Tianchu said. Lin Fan returned to the room and slept. With his cousin outside, it was safe. As for the defense map incident, it was something that happened, so there was no meaning to it. That night, the inn was really silent. Yang Wu and the others left at night. The mission was considered a half-failure, and they didn't get the map back. However, King Wudong didn't get it either. Lin Fan's actions were really arrogant. He actually burned the map in front of them. Who knew how to explain it to them when they returned? Mao Ying and the others fell to the ground. That unassuming fellow was too vicious. Their ankles were crushed, and they couldn't move at all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even give face to King Wudong, how despicable. Zhou Zhongmao cultivated and stabilized his grade 9 martial path. At the same time, he used his heart cultivation to strengthen his internal strength. Don't worry uncle, I will protect cousin. On the day he left, uncle personally came. He used thick internal strength to open up all his meridians, reaching 100. It was really beneficial to his cultivation. He listened to everything that happened outside. Go Zi slept on the bed. He rested up as he still had to rush the carriage the next day. His strength was average and he was pretty much useless. He could only do some rough work. The sky was bright. Nothing happened last night. The first thing Yuan Tianchu did when he woke up was to push open the door to see whether or not there were many people outside. Liang Yongqi washed up and looked at Yuan Tianchu like he was saying that he was a retard. Would you die if you didn't brag? His words sounded like they were real. Until now, nothing happened. To Yuan Tianchu, this didn't make sense. It should be as he guessed. How could nothing happen? Chapter 105. The first thing Lin Fan did when he woke up wasn't to look at the situation outside, but to look at the rage points of the small support system. Rage points, 7,757. He wasn't happy. Last night, it was 7,757. He left them alive to see whether or not they had potential, or whether or not they could work together. What a waste. They didn't treasure it, so there was nothing he could do. Cousin, did you sleep well last night? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He cultivated for a night and felt really energetic. At his level, cultivating high cultivation techniques was like swallowing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It could strengthen one's body and allow one to not need to eat. It is okay, but it isn't as comfortable as sleeping at home. Lin Fan said. That was indeed the case. If not for his father forcing him out, he wouldn't have thought about coming out to suffer. What Marshall Path Mountain, to him it was just a broken place. He was so happy in U City. How could normal people imagine the life of a rich family young master? Outside, Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongqi muttered, who knew what they were talking about? Who knew that the two of them who didn't like each other in U City would actually be able to talk to one another? Of course. If he knew that Yuan Tianchu's stash was discovered by Liang Yongqi and he threatened him to split it, he wouldn't have thought that way. The inn was really silent. Last night, even if someone came and saw the situation within, they would be so terrified that they turned around and didn't dare to stay here. He pushed open the door and saw a bunch of people laying on the ground and crying out. Lin Fan looked down at the situation from the top of the building. These guys deserve to die. Brother Lin, they do deserve to die. Yuan Tianchu said. To him, to be safe, they had to kill these people. If they didn't, they would be a problem. So many eyes saw their true colors, and if they let them go and gather the troops, the outcome would be catastrophic. With his understanding of Lin Fan, such a smart and vicious person, how would he not know the connection between all of this? This was why he didn't say those words as a suggestion, but as a reminder. In case Lin Fan woke up in a daze and let them go, he was a little soft-hearted. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu, how despicable. Last night, he bragged to him, and now that he failed, he actually wanted to stab him to make his bragging perfect. How cunning. Cousin, his words make sense. Zhou Zhongmao agreed with Yuan Tianchu's words. They had to be killed. He wouldn't leave any danger behind to threaten his cousin. Whatever, but cousin, we are outside and have limited silver on us. Plus, we have 2 more mouths to feed, so we will have to spend a lot. Go see if these people have any money on them. Lin Fan said. When Yuan Tianchu heard this, he cursed in his heart. Are you still human? Limited silver. Those taels of silver belonged to them, all right? It was clearly our money that supported the 3 of you. How come the meaning of your words has changed? Zhou Zhongmao left with killing intent. Mao Ying and the rest of them had been in pain for the entire night. Their faces were extremely pale, especially after one of his palms had been crushed by Lin Fan. He had been bleeding non-stop. If not for the fact that he had some cultivation base, he would have long since bled dry. Zhou Zhongmao roughly tore apart Mao Yin's clothes, as if he was molesting a little woman. Mao Yin felt wronged. Are you a demon? I am already like this, but you are still so violent. You are really a dog. Pieces of silver fell to the ground. No, it was only a few dozen taels. He was really too poor, so poor that people couldn't bear to look at him. King Wutong won't let you off. Mao Ying stared in rage. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation. King Wutong's name was actually unable to suppress these people. Was it because King Wutong didn't dare to raise his blade, or were they thinking about going against the heavens? Pang! Zhou Zhongmao shattered Mao Ying's heart with one palm. Mao Ying's face flushed red and he looked at Zhou Zhongmao in disbelief. He didn't expect that Zhou Zhongmao would actually attack him. Lin Fan was really calm. Although cousin's methods were vicious, what were these fellows doing at night? Sleeping. He didn't provide any rage points at all, so leaving them alive was just a waste of air. He gave them a chance to buy their lives, but they didn't cherish it. Yuan Tianchu looked towards Liang Yongqi with a gleeful expression. Did you see that? What did I say? I told you that Lin Fan would definitely kill these people. I didn't lie to you last night. Now you believe me, right? Of course. He always felt that King Wutong's claws weren't limited to just these people, and there were definitely more people hiding around. But who were they? Where did those people go last night? Or did they think that they weren't as strong as Zhou Zhongmao, which was why they ran, not even saving their own family? As expected, people were cold. Liang Yongqi was shocked. He really didn't expect Yuan Tianchu to guess it right. Even this fellow could guess it right. Terrifying, just too terrifying. Yuan Tianchu didn't say any nonsense. He witnessed everything that happened in front of him. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. As expected, money was the worst of all evils. Lin Fan's methods were slowly revealed, and his personality slowly surfaced. At such a moment, who would think about exploiting the wealth of King Wutong's subordinates? Normal people wouldn't think about it, and they would just kill them and leave. But not only did he kill them, but he also took their money. The shopkeeper of the inn shrunk on the counter and his body trembled. He occasionally popped his head out to look at the situation outside, but the scenes were too terrifying. He shivered and shrunk his head, not daring to show his face. Zhou Zhongmao was decisive and killed all the King Wutong guards here. He then came to his cousin's side. Cousin, there are only 400 silver. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect these people to be so poor. Forget it, it was better than nothing. Let's go, let's hurry. He didn't care much about what happened here at all. It was just a small matter that happened along the way. When they passed the counter, Lin Fan tossed some silver to the shopkeeper. He even gave a little more, remember to collect the corpse. The shopkeeper nodded his head in fear. When Lin Fan and the others left, the inn was totally silent. The shopkeeper walked in front of Mao Yin and looked at his tragic death. His expression was a little sad. Don't blame me for not saving you. His strength was too terrifying, and I was just protecting myself. If you treat me as a brother, then you will understand why I didn't save you. If you want me to risk my life to save you, then you don't treat me as a brother. Yuan Tianchu's guess was correct. King Wutong did have a backup plan. The original owner of the inn was killed by him. He was a fake. He wanted to kill Yang Wu and the others from the inside, but who knew that an accident would occur, causing the plan to fail? The strength that Zhou Zhongmao displayed was just too shocking. This was why he was a well-behaved shopkeeper and didn't dare to show any signs of faking. Only when Lin Fan and the others left did he dare to reveal his true identity. Sir, since things have reached such a state, should we head back? The waiter was also from King Wutong. He didn't want to go back. The mission had failed, and it was such a huge failure. If he went back, he would definitely die. Why not just pretend to be dead and change his name to continue living? We are not going back. Go pack your things, we will leave right away. The shopkeeper said. The waiter turned around, but suddenly, with a puchi, something stabbed into his back. You. The waiter's eyes opened wide like he was filled with disbelief. The shopkeeper pulled out his blade and laughed coldly. It is okay as long as I am alive. Bring the secret to accompany them. The more people that know the truth, the more dangerous it is. Chapter 106. A carriage traveled on the official road. It wasn't too obvious, so naturally nothing happened. It was quite safe along the way. Yuan Tianchu looked into the distance. That was the direction of his home. He walked further and further. It was unknown when he would return home. He had been thinking about his father's true goal for sending him out. Did he want to understand Lin Fan's personality? There was no need for that. Anyway, he knew that Lin Fan couldn't be offended, so he would just hide in Yu City. On the contrary, Liang Yongqi was much calmer. He was someone who was abandoned by the family. His big brother took away his father's love and the right to inherit the family. He understood. Boys had to be careful when they were outside. Seeing that Yuan Tianchu was in deep thought, he asked, "Brother Yuan, you said that your father sent you out. Is it because your big brother is coming back and your father wants to pass the family head position to your brother?" Yuan Tianchu had an older brother and many younger brothers and sisters. Of course, his brother was the one who had the best life. He was recruited as a disciple by the sect experts and hadn't returned for decades. "Don't mess with my mind, that is impossible," Yuan Tianchu said. But he panicked. What if Liang Yongqi was right? Lin Fan looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. He also didn't understand why his father sent him out and even sent these two burdens with him. His family's relationship with these two families wasn't very good. A few days later, an army entered the city. Lu Xian and the others rushed back from Yu City. They had failed this mission and failed to recruit Lin Wani. At the entrance of the carriage, Lu Xian and the others got off their horses and let the guards lead them away. A soldier walked over and said, "Sir, that person is still following behind." "N?" Lu Xian was shocked. "He isn't dead." He turned his head and looked at the fellow who wanted to join him in Yu City. He was wobbling like he was about to faint at any moment. During this period of time, it was like he was walking at the edge of hell. He often felt his life slipping away. If not for his willpower, he would have died long ago. "Sir, what should we do now?" the soldier asked. Lu Xian frowned. This person gave him a dangerous feeling. He was really dumb, but he was too vicious to himself. If he really climbed up, it might affect him. But for some reason, Lu Xian wanted to see how far this fellow could go. "Send him to dig rocks," Lu Xian said. The soldier was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Yes." He looked at Zhu Xiang with a pitiful gaze. That place was not a place for people to stay. No one knew how many people had died there. Generally, only prisoners on death row or people who had committed major crimes would be sent there. Lu Xian didn't say much and hurried to report to King Wudong. In a luxurious mansion. This manor was King Wudong's territory. The aristocratic families in the city were all uprooted by King Wudong and all their wealth was used by the military. At this moment, Lu Xian bowed and entered the room. He saw King Wudong sitting cross-legged and drinking tea. King Wudong's looks weren't outstanding but the aura he gave off wasn't to be underestimated. "The recruitment failed?" King Wudong asked. Lu Xian knelt on the ground. "Yes, I failed. Lin Wani rejected the offer. I expected it. You were friends with Lin Wani in the past and I was looking forward to it. I didn't expect that you would reject my good intentions." King Wudong smiled. Lu Xian felt like he was losing face and felt that Lin Wani wasn't good enough. No matter what, they were friends and he didn't give him any face at all. So what if he was recruited? King Wudong was talented and had the intelligence to rule the world. It was important to follow the right person. What was the point of hiding in a small Yu city? "King, should we send troops to destroy Yu city?" Lu Xian asked. To him, the situation was simple. Since he didn't give King Wudong face, then he would just wipe him out and everything would be fine. King Wudong said, "No need for now. I have heard rumors about you city's Lin Wani. Now is the time to send troops to deal with him. It isn't wise to deal with Lin Wani, so let's leave him aside for now." Lu Xian replied. Working beside King Wudong was a huge pressure. He wasn't the only strategist. If he couldn't get things done, then his position in King Wudong's heart would be greatly reduced. At that moment, a white pigeon flew in from outside with a letter tied to its leg. King Wudong looked at the letter and frowned. He then relaxed and his expression was dark and sunken. Failed, they actually failed to get the map. The letter said that they met with an accident and were all wiped out. A few unknown people broke it. This matter made him furious. Trash, a bunch of trash, they could even fail like that. It was good that they died. Even if they returned, he would skin them alive. At such an important moment, they failed. No matter who it was, they would be punished severely. Lu Xian saw that King Wudong's expression wasn't good and retreated. Another few days later, Lin Fan's group was already thousands of miles away from Yu City. They walked on the official path and didn't face any danger. This was a little different from what Lin Fan had expected. In his opinion, when one was outside, there would definitely be danger at all times. A journey without danger would be so boring. Another day later, the sun shone brightly. "Cousin, we are already at the foot of Martial Path Mountain," Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan walked out of the carriage and raised his head to look. In front of him was a huge mountain. He could see that there were houses on it and the surrounding was covered by trees. It was very different from the thousands of mountains he had imagined. "Why does it feel a little old and broken?" Lin Fan said. It wasn't that he looked down on this place but that he really felt that way. Yuan Tianchu said, "Brother Lin, the mountain is spiritual. This Martial Path Mountain is in the mountains, so it is definitely not bad. Where are the people? We stood at the foot of the mountain for so long and didn't even see a single person. It is just too cold," Lin Fan said. In his heart, Father told him to come to Martial Path Mountain, so this Martial Path Mountain was definitely an amazing place. A famous sect, glorious, luxurious, and deep. However, he really couldn't tell. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Fan's words made sense. He didn't see a single person. When he raised his head and looked out, there was a cold feeling. No matter what. It was really different from what he expected. Liang Yongqi was helpless. Was this where he was going to live from now on? It was just too secluded. "Let's go up," Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front. Before coming, Uncle told him that Martial Path Mountain sect leader Zhang Tianshan had a relationship with him. Martial Path Mountain was developing well. Although it couldn't compare to large sects, it had its own specialties. However, it seemed like something wasn't right. Logically speaking, even if it was a normal sect, there should at least be disciples at the foot of the mountain. There was also a lot of dust on the road. It was obvious that not many people walked here. The path up the mountain wasn't tough. There were steps, and after walking for a long time, they finally reached the top. The stone door was huge, with the words Martial Path Mountain written on it. However, there was still no one, and it was really empty. "Did we come to the wrong place, or did my father lie to me?" Lin Fan asked. Suddenly, there was a piece of paper pasted on the stone pillar. Maybe because of the passage of time, it had already turned yellow. Lin Fan walked forwards to take a look, and his pupils constricted. "What?" Yuan Tianchu walked over and took a look too. Damn, Liang Yongqi found it weird. What was going on? Why was he making such a big deal out of nothing? However, when he saw it, his expression became really weird and he blurted out. "Damn, Chapter 107. They were shocked not because Marshall Path Mountain had problems, but because the contents of the note pasted on the pillar were unacceptable. Notice, due to poor management, we have no rice to cook. We will temporarily seal the mountain. If you have any urgent matters, you can find me at Jiang City's Mingguang Road. Zhang Tianshan will stay. This. Lin Fan was speechless. Cousin, Marshall Path Mountain has already gone bankrupt, shouldn't we head back? Zhou Zhongmao was filled with disbelief. How did this happen? Uncle didn't say that. That was true. Lin Wanyi only knew that Zhang Tianshan was doing well, but he only found out many years ago when the two of them exchanged letters. Of course, Zhang Tianshan couldn't say, "Bro, I'm doing really badly now." Could he say that? Wasn't that slapping his own face? Men couldn't say that they couldn't do it, even if they couldn't, they had to bear it. Yuan Tianchu felt sad. What was the purpose of running such a long way? Just to read a piece of paper. Brother Lin, I suggest we return to U City. Marshall Path Mountain is a hole. Look at the situation, it is so tragic. Yuan Tianchu wanted to head back. But he wouldn't go back alone, otherwise, he would disappoint his father. As long as Lin Fan took the lead, he would have a reason to explain. You can't blame me for this. Marshall Path Mountain closed and Lin Fan insisted on coming back, so I could only follow. No, Uncle gave me an order that no matter what, we can't go back. Zhou Zhongmao said. The night he left U City, not only did Uncle help him open up his meridians, but he also instructed him not to return. No matter what the situation was, he had to stay there. He stared at Yuan Tianchu in rage. His gaze was like if he dared to trick his cousin to return, he would take his life. Yuan Tianchu was smart and understood what Zhou Zhongmao was thinking right away. He didn't dare to offend this fellow who looked so simple and honest. He was pretty much a demon hiding under that simple and honest expression. No, Brother Lin, I feel like this is old Master Lin's test for you, a test of whether or not you can inherit the family. Old Master Lin definitely knows that Marshall Path Mountain has become like this, so he wants to see what we will do. Will we flee and return, or will we head forwards and solve the problem? Yuan Tianchu said. What did he mean? He was being threatened. He had never been threatened in his life. But sadly, in this short period of time, he was threatened by Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and Liang Yongqi. Life was so wonderful. Wait a minute. Yuan Tianchu frowned. He felt that things weren't so simple. There was a problem here. Brother Yuan, what's with your expression? Lin Fan saw his serious expression and seemed to understand something. Yuan Tianchu paced back and forth, his head lowered in deep thought. Then, he raised his head, his eyes shining. Brother Lin, this is a trap to test us. Based on my guesses, old Master Lin definitely knows about the Marshall Path Mountain situation, but he still told us to come from so far away. What is his goal? The purpose is simple. It's a test for us. To be able to open a sect in the mountain, how could it be so weak? It is obvious that this is Marshall Path Mountain's test for us, so we have to go through it and find the true path into Marshall Path Mountain. Liang Yongqi asked weirdly, based on what you mean, this isn't Marshall Path Mountain? She said it as if it was true. He felt that Yuan Tianchu was an interesting person, he only knew how to brag like he knew everything. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He felt that Yuan Tianchu's words made sense. Yuan Tianchu walked in front of the paper and pointed at the contents. Look at the content, there is a problem. Bad management, no rice to cook. What is bad management, what is no rice to cook? Normal sects have at least 100 disciples, and at most 1,000. To be able to establish a sect, there is no such thing as bad management. As for no rice to cook, that is nonsense. So many disciples have arms and legs, so how could they starve to death? Also, the environment here is a mountain, and there is a city in the distance. Catching some wild animals and selling them in the city is also money. Look at the last line, Jiang City Mingguang Street Flavor Manor Building. This is a clue for us to search for clues there. Brother Lin, one has to say that Old Master Lin has a close relationship with Marshall Path Mountain, to be able to arrange such a test. After Yuan Tianchu's deduction, it did make sense. People who read a few books were really good. When Wang family young master Wang Yunfei came to Yu City, Yuan Tianchu calmed down. He recited poems with girls and discussed literature. All this knowledge was in his heart. Lin Fan thought about it and then looked at Yuan Tianchu. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Yuan Tianchu smiled in delight. It is just a small matter, not difficult at all. However, there are some details that I need to deduce. He was even panting after praising a few times. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu in disdain. What was he so proud of? What he hated the most were people who had a glib tongue. He was exactly the same as that surnamed Lin. Why didn't he notice it in the past? These are all your guesses, who knows if it is true or not? Liang Yongqi said. Yuan Tianchu smiled, whether it is true or not, we will know when we see it. Liang Yongqi's distrust made him unhappy. What did he mean? He was looking down on him. If he had balls, then follow him to Jiang City. See how I will use facts to slap his face. Go, Z, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. Young master, whatever you say. Go, Z replied. Since young master asked, then he would definitely stand on the same path as young master. If young master thought that Yuan Tianchu was talking nonsense, then what he said was nonsense. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Let's go, let's head to Jiang City to take a look. He didn't understand his father's true thoughts. He felt like there was something wrong with this. However, he really didn't know what the problem was. Jiang City. It really is a luxurious city. Lin Fan said. That was indeed the case. Even if one didn't enter the city, one could tell just by looking at the city walls. Yu City's city walls were old and really low. If one met someone who knew martial arts, they would be able to climb up right away. There were guards at the city gates. They didn't check the people who entered. It was like a decoration. The roads were paved with green bricks. The streets were really busy with people walking to and fro. If one didn't look, one wouldn't know. The gap was way too big, wasn't it? Why was Yu City so old and broken? He couldn't understand. He found a passerby and asked where Weifu restaurant was. Not long later, a luxurious restaurant appeared in front of them. This was much more luxurious than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. In Lin Fan's words, Weifu restaurant was a 5-star restaurant while Drunk Fragrance Pavilion was a 2-star restaurant. There was no comparison at all. There was an old man who set up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance, using the ground as a table. There was a copper bell in his left hand. On his right was a banner which wrote, Iron Mouth God Fortune Teller Zhang Tianshan. Lin Fan and the others stood at the entrance. Go ask whether or not Zhang Tianshan is here. The fortune teller Zhang Tianshan wanted to bluff these few people who came from other places. However, when he heard that they were looking for him, he squinted his eyes and pricked up his ears to listen. Yuan Tianchu said, I think we won't be able to get anything out of him. If we want to enter Martial Path Mountain, we have to go through this test. Lin Fan said, let's ask first. The fortune teller Zhang Tianshan got up without changing his expression. He went to the alley to change his clothes. With a shake of his body, he looked like a celestial being. He then returned to his original spot and waited for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 108. Not long later, Liang Yongqi came out and looked at Yuan Tianchu in disdain. I told you that you are bragging. I asked around and everyone said that Martial Path Mountain closed many years ago. You said that it was a test. Let's see how you explain it. Liang Yongqi didn't care about the Marshall Path Mountain situation. He just couldn't stand Yuan Tianchu. In the past, he didn't see it in Yu City. Why did he become like this after leaving home? He was speculating about everything as if he knew everything. Speak. Continue, let's see how you continue to brag. Yuan Tianchu found it weird. That was impossible, how could he have guessed wrongly? All the clues pointed to this place. Impossible, this is definitely a test. How could a sect close just like that? How useless is that Marshall Path Mountain sect leader? Anyways, I don't believe it. When Zhang Tianshan heard that, he didn't feel good in his heart. What did he mean? Why did it feel like he was scolding him? This kid didn't know how to speak and still remembered it. When he had a chance, he had to teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was helpless. Okay, let's not talk about this. Whether or not it is a test, let's find a place to rest and talk about it tomorrow. It was okay for father to let him come to Marshall Path Mountain, but at least he had to be reliable. What test? He didn't even see a single person. He was just playing around. Just as they were prepared to leave, an interesting voice spread out. Zhang Tianshan pinched his goatee and smiled, "Friends, please wait." Everyone looked over. Yuan Tianchu was interested. This was a clue. Lin Fan said, "I remember that you weren't like that." Although he didn't pay much attention, he remembered that he didn't dress like that. Why did he change in the blink of an eye? Zhang Tianshan smiled, "I have always been like that. You all came from other places, right? Looking at your faces, you are here to learn." Lin Fan said, "You are a fortune teller." Zhang Tianshan smiled and didn't say a word, pointing at the white banner beside him. Wandering clouds and wild cranes, hidden experts. The content on the banner was really direct and easy to understand. The meaning was obvious. I am amazing, I am an expert, it is really easy for me to see through you. Direct. Lin Fan nodded. Who would believe you, you big liar? Zhang Tianshan smiled, I see that your faces are bitter, it is obvious that you are in trouble. When I walk the world, I will help people solve their problems. We are fated, so I can give you some pointers. There are too many people here. Why don't we go inside and talk? He was a little hungry. It had been a long time since he had eaten at Weifu restaurant. Yuan Tianchu stared at Zhang Tianshan. This person was an expert, his aura couldn't lie. The key to the Marshall Path Mountain test was definitely this person. Lin Fan said, "It's okay. Let's just talk here. You won't have a chance to get free food." Zhang Tianshan was stunned, were kids so direct now? Damn, he saw right through me. Ha! Zhang Tianshan calmed himself down, misunderstanding. I just saw that there were too many random people here and didn't want to reveal too many secrets. Yuan Tianchu said, Brother Lin, Great Celestial is right, this is a test. He wanted to show off in front of Liang Yongqi. This fellow had doubted his ability so many times, which made him unhappy. He had to use the truth to let Liang Yongqi know that doubting him was a dumb thing to do. Lin Fan didn't bother about Yuan Tianchu and looked at Zhang Tianshan. What is Great Celestial's name? My surname is Zhang. Zhang Tianshan said. He didn't know where these people came from. However, after knowing that they came to Marshall Path Mountain to learn, he had thoughts of rising up. Surname Zhang. You are Zhang Tianshan. Lin Fan said quickly. Zhang Tianshan was stunned and shook his head, I am not. He suddenly realized that these fellows weren't easy to deal with. Each one was smarter than the other. He just said that his surname was Zhang and they knew who he was. Lin Fan said, My father, Lin Wani, told me to come to Marshall Path Mountain to find you. If you aren't, then I will return to Yu City right away. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression and didn't believe it. This kid was Lin Wani's son. He didn't look like him. Although Lin Wani was a rough person, he had a handsome face. Why did his son look so normal? However, he had no choice. This kid was a stubborn person, he was too direct. After thinking about it for a long while, Zhang Tianshan smiled and said, "So, it is you." Lin Fan sighed, "Now I understand why Marshall Path Mountain went bankrupt." "Why?" Zhang Tianshan said with a weird expression. Marshall Path Mountain had gone bankrupt for a long time, so how would this kid know the reason? Lin Fan said, "You are too honest." His words were true. He just casually bluffed him and he admitted it. How was he going to survive with such intelligence? Wait, this isn't a test. Yuan Tianchu couldn't accept it. How did it become like this? Kiki. Liang Yongqi mocked in disdain. What a fucking test. His brain was sick. This is a letter from my uncle. Zhou Zhongmao took it out. Zhang Tianshan took it and opened it. While reading it, he was expressionless, but huge waves rose up in his heart. He still didn't change. He used kindness to threaten me and also liked to coax me. What did he mean by he didn't have many true friends? Zhang Tianshan was one of them. He made me feel touched. However, the words at the back were a little heavy. The last sentence. Brother Tianshan, it has been decades. Normal friends need to be close to each other, but we are true brothers. No matter how long we haven't seen each other, we will speak directly. We are true brothers. I hand my son to you, please take care of him. After reading this, burn it and don't let my son see it. Zhang Tianshan felt bitter. Lin Wani. In the past, I was coaxed by your sweet words. Now you are doing it again. However, he had no choice. Zhang Tianshan suffered from this. No one treated him as a friend. Only Lin Wani treated him as a friend. After reading the letter, he tore it and then swallowed it in front of them. His actions were really familiar. He probably did this many times in the past. What did my father say? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, nothing much, just a few casual sentences. Just at that moment, Yuan Tianchu grabbed Zhang Tianshan's arm and said, "Can you tell them that Marshall Path Mountain didn't close down? Everything that happened now is just a test." This kid is? Zhang Tianshan asked. He is from my hometown. I brought him out to see the world. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan acknowledged and patted Yuan Tianchu's hand. Kid, this isn't a test. It is true. Marshall Path Mountain really closed down. The situation is a little complicated, so let's not talk about it. He really didn't want to say much more. He just wanted to cry. That mountain didn't belong to Marshall Path Mountain, he rented it. A year's rent wasn't small, it was a few hundred silver. The key was those Marshall Path Mountain disciples. Apart from eating and drinking, they also had to give them monthly stipends. He was to blame for not having any ability as the sect leader. He couldn't get any business and couldn't compete with others. He couldn't make ends meet and couldn't take it. He could only announce that they were closing down. The disciples all went home to farm. Some were poached by other sections. Tragic. Chapter 109. They really didn't expect Marshall Path Mountain to close down. They came from so far away, and in the end, this was the outcome. They couldn't accept it. Marshall Path Mountain has already closed down, so shouldn't we head back? Liang Yongqi asked. He didn't want to stay here. Thinking about it, even if he wasn't welcomed at home, it was much better than staying by Lin Fan's side. The feeling of being on tenterhooks wasn't a good one. Yuan Tianchu was stunned as he stood there. He couldn't accept such an outcome. What he guessed was right, so why did such an outcome occur? Cousin, did my father tell you what to do if Marshall Path Mountain doesn't exist? Lin Fan asked. Father probably didn't expect Marshall Path Mountain to be like this. He felt that going home was the right choice. There was no future here. Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. Uncle didn't tell him about these problems, so when cousin asked him, he didn't know what to say. Zhang Tianshan wanted to rise up again, but his ability was limited, and he hadn't found a suitable chance. He felt that the chance to rise up Marshall Path Mountain had arrived. At the same time, he couldn't let these few kids leave. Your father said that whether or not Marshall Path Mountain exists isn't important. What is important is that as long as I am here, you have to stay here. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan said, when did my father say that? Zhang Tianshan pointed at his stomach, the letter said it, but I ate it, so you can't see it. Only I know. Damn. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? He read the letter, tore it, and swallowed it. Of course, whatever he said was true. Zhang Tianshan came over and said softly, guys, do you want to help me rise up again? Lin Fan shook his head to express that he didn't want to. Haze, don't reject so quickly. As long as we rise up, I will be the sect leader, and all of you will be heroes of Marshall Path Mountain. I can let you be the grand disciple, that is a rare chance. Zhang Tianshan said. He felt that Brother Lin sent his son over at the right time. No matter what, Brother Lin was from a rich aristocratic family. His son definitely brought a lot of money out. Lin Fan said, stop teasing me. You just see that we have money and want us to invest. Truthfully, you definitely won't be able to rise up again. His words were so fucking straightforward. It totally hurt Zhang Tianshan's heart. Zhou Zhongmao had to let cousin stay here. He thought about it and said, it is possible to rise up again, but the position has to be changed. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader has to be my cousin. Zhang Tianshan's expression was filled with shock. How is that possible? I am the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. If he is the sect leader, then what am I? Zhou Zhongmao said, as a disciple. Impossible, impossible, I am shameless. Zhang Tianshan muttered. What a joke. Asking his disciple to do so would be a laughing stock if word got out. Lin Fan looked at his cousin. What was he saying? Who wanted to be the sect leader? That stupid mountain had to clean up the mess. He wanted to go home. I don't really think about anything else. Yuan Tianchu thought about the situation. He felt that there was something wrong with this. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It seemed like he had to think about it carefully. Zhang Tianshan said, it is impossible for me to be a disciple. At least I have to be the deputy sect leader. I am familiar with the area and can help a lot. Lin Wani's letter told him to stay here and not to let him return to Yu City. Zhang Tianshan naturally had to do that. Anyway, Marshall Path Mountain had closed down. If he could open it up again, being the deputy sect leader was a good choice. Lin Fan looked at the two of them, are you serious? I am the sect leader. At this point, the tone of his voice was slightly raised. Zhang Tianshan sighed, then, you be. Anyway, Marshall Path Mountain has closed down and you are the biggest sponsor, so you should be the one. After saying that, he exchanged glances with Zhou Zhongmao. The two of them understood. They both wanted to keep Lin Fan here and not let him return to Yu City. To Zhang Tianshan, it was the same no matter who became the sect leader. Anyway, it was a mess. Moreover, Marshall Path Mountain didn't belong to him and was rented. If one day they didn't rent it, he would have to move. Liang Yongqi felt like he didn't matter and it had nothing to do with him. Actually, he wanted to compete for the sect leader position, but now, it seemed like it wasn't decided by strength or character but by wealth. Damn. That was a little too much. Using their money to be the sect leader was just too much. Lin Fan thought about it. He definitely couldn't return to U City. He said that he would return to U City, but he was just saying it. How could he really go back? He was used to being a rich young master. All of a sudden, he didn't want to lose it. Now that he had a sect leader position, it felt good. But the key was that he was poor. What did Marshall Path Mountain have? Apart from those houses, there was nothing at all. The pressure was huge. Okay, then let's try. Lin Fan didn't dare to be so sure. Who knew how much debt Marshall Path Mountain had? If it gave him a headache, he would definitely retreat. Even if his father smashed his head, he had to return to U City. Zhang Tianshan was a little hungry, sect leader, to celebrate today. Let's go to the shop to drink some wine and celebrate. What do you think? Liang Yongqi was a little hungry. He had been out for so long and hadn't eaten at a good shop before. Just one look and he knew that Weifu restaurant was much better than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, so it was natural for him to try it. Lin Fan said, let's keep it simple. It is a waste to celebrate, so let's talk about it in the future. Go, Z, bring them to the roadside stalls to eat. Cousin and I will go to the toilet in Weifu restaurant. Okay, young master, no, sect leader. Go, Z said. How could Zhang Tianshan not see through Lin Fan's thoughts? My stomach hurts, I will follow all of you. N? Lin Fan opened his eyes wide, why? I just became the sect leader and you all dare to go against me? Zhang Tianshan dissed so much that he wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. You're such a pervert. Did he really think that he couldn't see through it? Then, Lin Fan brought cousin into Weifu restaurant. Zhang Tianshan and the others went to the roadside stalls not far away. Haze, this is a sect leader who can't share blessings. Zhang Tianshan grumbled. Afterwards, Lin Fan and cousin walked out after eating their fill. This restaurant was really good, much better than Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. A big city really was a big city, the craftsmanship was really good. Zhang Tianshan and the others drank tea at the roadside stalls. Naturally, they couldn't compare to one another. One was heaven, one was earth. The gap was just too huge. Let's go, let's head to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan and the others looked towards Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao with a bitter gaze. The two of them ate so much, but didn't they see what they were eating? Sect leader. How was there such a sect leader? No matter what. Even if they ate alone, they had to bring him, the deputy sect leader. Chapter 110. Marshall Path Mountain, foot of the mountain. Haze, I didn't expect to return. I am really emotional. Zhang Tianshan stood there and looked out. He was reminiscing. No matter what, he was a sect leader in the past. Although it had already closed down, no matter what, this was an experience in his life. However, when he thought about those disciples, he wanted to curse. A bunch of practical bastards. If he didn't give them money, they would all run. They didn't have any thoughts of sharing their pain and happiness. Who does this Marshall Path Mountain belong to? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said, Marshall Path Mountain belongs to Jiang City's Huang family. A few years ago, I saw that this mountain was filled with spiritual energy, so I negotiated with old Master Huang to rent it for 700 silver a year. I have rented it for dozens of years, close to 10,000 silver was spent on this mountain. Haze, all my money is gone. That was indeed the case. This was all the money that Zhang Tianshan had accumulated when he was young. In the past, when he was in the pugilistic world, he had made a name for himself and was extremely wealthy. If he had opened a small shop, he would have been a millionaire. However, he wanted to open a sect and invest all his money in it. Who knew that he would lose so much that he nearly lost his underwear? Everyone went up the mountain. The stone steps were well maintained, just that some areas were damaged. They had to be repaired, and that was another sum of money. The weeds grew really well and had to be trimmed. Looking at it, the repair fees were huge. Now, he just hoped that the house would be in good condition. In front of the Marshall Path Mountain Hall, Zhang Tianshan touched the closed door and slowly wiped off the dust. His tone was filled with emotions. I am back. To him, this place was filled with beautiful memories. However, the heavens didn't help and actually let Marshall Path Mountain, which had the potential to become a huge sect, close down. Wasn't that too much? Lin Fan pushed open the door. The environment inside was a little simple and old. The roof was missing bricks and tiles, and there was a huge hole in it. Why is it so broken? No matter whether or not it closed down, at least the infrastructure had to be undamaged. Yuan Tianchu frowned. He didn't say anything, but looking around, he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Then, he looked towards Marshall Path Mountain sect leader Zhang Tianshan. This person was not simple, and he could not be judged by his appearance. In hindsight, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. If you were the sect leader and your position was suddenly taken away by someone else, would you agree to it? No matter what, he would never agree. To him, Zhang Tianshan was obviously finding someone to take over, to rebuild Marshall Path Mountain without using his own money. Once it was on the right track, he would kick Lin Fan aside. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Tianshan gave a bitter smile. However, to Yuan Tianchu, that expression was a sign that his plan had succeeded. Yuan Tianchu was someone who could see the current situation more clearly than anyone else. Zhang Tianshan said, "Sect leader, to recover Marshall Path Mountain, we have to repair it. The situation is urgent, so please make a decision." Was it really that realistic? He had just come to Marshall Path Mountain to investigate and hadn't even seen everything. He wanted to trick him to repair Marshall Path Mountain. He estimated that to repair Marshall Path Mountain, he would need a lot of silver. And, as the deputy sect leader, I shall leave this heavy responsibility to you. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan blinked and rubbed his fingers. Sect leader, we need this to repair Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan said, I have no money. He was just so direct. He could be the sect leader, but he had no money. Zhang Tianshan said, Sect leader, I have no money too. Like to prove that he was speaking the truth, he took out his pockets. He was completely poor, and there was nothing at all. How could he live like that? Yuan Tianchu kept silent. The bird that poked its head out would be shot. He was just a bystander, so he shouldn't cause any trouble and just watch. Suddenly, Cousin, who was always forgotten, opened his mouth. Cousin, I have money. The moment he said that, he attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Zhongmao took out a handful of silver. There were at least a few thousand. As for the exact amount, he didn't count it. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. Cousin, where did you get it from? Zhou Zhongmao said calmly, Uncle gave it to me when I left. Then, why didn't you tell me? Lin Fan was stunned. Oh my God, he had to teach cousin a lesson. He was actually hiding secrets from him. With so much money, he should have told him long ago. If he took it out now, wouldn't he be giving it to Marshall Path Mountain for nothing? Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, Uncle told me not to tell you. I can only take it out when there is a real problem. I saw that Marshall Path Mountain was a little old, and it was similar to what Uncle said, so I took it out to repair Marshall Path Mountain. Haze. Lin Fan sighed. Cousin, to think that I was so sincere to you, but you did such a thing. Cousin's heart was about to be hurt. Master Zhang's smile was like a flower, his eyes were shining. This money is enough to repair Marshall Path Mountain. I even have the money to rent the mountain. Rage points plus 66. At this moment, rage points came. Liang Yongqi was furious. That was just too despicable. He was so rich, and he still snatched his money. That was too much, that was just too much. Yuan Tianchu's emotions were better for a long time. When he saw Zhou Zhongmao take out so much money, he didn't feel anything. He didn't feel any rage. He even felt like he was trying to cause trouble. He was sure that he wouldn't guess wrongly, and there would be a time for him to cry. However, he was wary of Zhang Tianshan. This person was really meticulous, and his methods were no weaker than Lin Fan's. The older, the wiser. Respect, respect. Zhang Tianshan looked at Marshall Path Mountain, and he felt great. He saw the prosperous future of Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain, which had money injected in, would shine brightly. The future was right in front of his eyes. Sect leader, now that our Marshall Path Mountain has money, I think we should call those disciples back to strengthen our sect. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan was speechless. What are you thinking, calling them back? They came back to eat rice, and you want to close down? He didn't understand how Marshall Path Mountain closed down for no reason. They didn't eat rice, but they have to pay a monthly salary. Normal disciples get 1 silver a month, core disciples get 6 silver a month. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan with his mouth agape. Were you joking? The sect recruited disciples, and they had to pay them money? What kind of rule was that? Were they bullying him for not reading novels before? Not only was Lin Fan stunned. Even Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. So this was the reason why Marshall Path Mountain went bankrupt. Actually, one couldn't blame Zhang Tianshan. His methods of recruiting disciples were a little wild. Just by eating in a restaurant, he could recruit a waiter to be his disciple. Not only did he eat and drink for free, but he also had to pay. If there was no money to pay, the waiter would definitely have to go back to work in the restaurant. Of course, after learning some martial arts, the waiter was no longer an ordinary waiter, but a waiter who knew martial arts. It could be said that he had a skill. Chapter 111. Lin Fan and the others slowly understood the situation of Marshall Path Mountain under Zhang Tianshan's lead. Regret spread in his heart. Cousin's actions weren't good. He should have said that he had money. Why did he have to hide it? To redecorate Marshall Path Mountain, he was sick in the head. He just wanted to stay outside for a period of time and then return to U City to enjoy life when the time was right. Other things didn't have anything to do with him. But now, it was impossible. Zhang Tianshan took 100 silver from cousin and went to find people to start work. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 1,000 silver to renovate Marshall Path Mountain. This was already a terrifying budget. However, he had no choice. The building was too old, and there were too many areas that needed to be repaired. That night, Marshall Path Mountain couldn't be lived in, there was nothing at all. The bed in the room was only left with a few wooden planks. Who knew what Zhang Tianshan did? Even if he closed down, there shouldn't be no place to stay, right? The place they were staying at tonight was quite friendly. Lin Fan had originally wanted to sleep in the carriage with the few of them. However, he had no choice. He incurred the rage of the masses and gained 200 to 300 rage points. He could only bring them to the inn. They couldn't even take a little bit of pain, so how could they talk about reviving Marshall Path Mountain? Regret, disappointment. Liang Yongqi really wanted to scold Lin Fan. You are just too much. Just make do with it. If you just make do with it, then so be it. You obviously wanted us to sleep, but you, cousin, and this lackey slept at the inn. Do you think we are fools? He had never seen such a shameless person before. Lin Fan looked at the full moon in the night sky and sighed, I want to go home. Only after leaving U City did he understand how much he missed home. Although he had just left for a short time, he missed it a lot. Next day, Zhang Tianshan was really efficient. Money made things easier, and he found many nimble people in Jiang City. They all fought for the job. News of Marshall Path Mountain opening up spread like wildfire. Many people rubbed their palms and were eager to try. To the commoners of Jiang City, it was great to be able to enter Marshall Path Mountain. Not only did they have food and lodging, but they could also get a salary and learn some martial arts. Where else could they find such a good thing? It could only happen in Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan stood with his arms behind his back. Many commoners stood behind him. Sect leader, everyone is here. Marshall Path Mountain's restoration has officially begun. He was full of fighting spirit. Although he was already middle-aged. However, his heart was unwilling to calm down. It was still beating, still bursting with vitality. In Lin Fan's eyes, these weren't repairs. They were just throwing money at it. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongji acted like nothing had happened. It was as if they had nothing to do with it, as if everything had nothing to do with them. This was indeed the case. Yuan Tianchu thought that his motive for coming out was to see through Lin Fan. Liang Yongji felt like he was just waiting to die. The family didn't need him, and his father didn't need him either, so he was useless. A commoner asked. This new sect leader, will Marshall Path Mountain recruit new disciples after it reopens? Yes, we are very good at doing things. We are very hardworking. Lin Fan scolded in his heart. Zhang Tianshan, it would be weird if you didn't go bankrupt. Even normal commoners treated you as a fool, so how could you have any achievements? To be able to last for so long, you were amazing. Zhang Tianshan said excitedly, guys, Marshall Path Mountain has entered the renovation phase. Once it opens, naturally we will recruit disciples. Lin Fan said, are you the sect leader or am I? He just wanted to slap Zhang Tianshan to death. Could he stop talking nonsense? Sect leader. Zhang Tianshan smiled. He was a little helpless and hadn't changed his mind. Lin Fan coughed, it isn't impossible for all of you to enter my Marshall Path Mountain. Why not help us renovate for free? Once you enter, I will teach you martial arts. It won't be a problem for you to become experts. How about that? As expected. When he said that, the commoners looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. Oh my god. He could even say such words out. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader was just too shameless. Normal commoners had to be exploited and had no future. This sect had no future, and it wasn't magnanimous at all. Sect leader, we are joking, don't take it seriously. That's right, I am really busy and don't have time to learn martial arts. The moment they heard that Marshall Path Mountain had no money and they had to renovate for free, unless one was crazy, who would agree? Lin Fan shook his head. That was too practical. He was just casually saying it and all of them were so terrified. He had never heard of recruiting disciples and giving them monthly wages. Was he teaching people or hiring them to work? Jiang City. Huang family. Back courtyard. Young master, Marshall Path Mountain has reopened. That Zhang Tianshan is back. A servant hurriedly reported. A guy was practicing calligraphy there. His words were like dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes. It was a tragic sight. It was a huge accident in the calligraphy world. Cool. The guy hollered in rage and kept the brush. Good. The people around clapped and passed him a teacup. Young master's calligraphy has reached a high level and is at the top of the current generation. Huang Boren was delighted. The praises of the servants made him feel good. He drank some tea and then looked at the servant who hurried over. What did you say? Young master, Marshall Path Mountain has reopened. We found many people to repair it. The servant reported. That damn Zhang Tianshan rented Marshall Path Mountain for so long. In the end, he didn't pay and just ran. Who knew where he ran to? Huang Boren said, what? He dares to come back and reopen it. Let's go take a look. If he doesn't pay me today, I will smash his martial path mountain. He was the Huang family young master and the eldest. His father's body wasn't good and had been resting, so he was in charge of the Huang family. Oh, by the way, frame the piece of calligraphy I just wrote. Before he left, he turned his head and instructed. He was in a good mood today. His brush was like a god and he did it in one go. Naturally, he had to frame it so that he could admire it in the future. Yes, young master. To Huang Boren, that Zhang Tianshan wasn't a good person. That year, they agreed that Martial Path Mountain would be rented to him and he would pay yearly fees. At the start, he kept his promise. He gave a few years' worth of rent. But in the end, he ran and didn't pay, which infuriated Huang Boren. How could he be so untrustworthy towards one another? Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the busy people, his heart didn't waver at all. He had no sense of belonging to Martial Path Mountain at all. Who would use it after it was repaired? In the future, he wouldn't be able to stay here. Others would benefit for nothing. He was furious. What was going on with cousin? He wasn't like this in the past. Why did he suddenly become so dumb? Sect leader, do you see the future prosperity of Martial Path Mountain? Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan said, no, I just saw my wallet slowly shrink. Haze, money is just an external thing, so why do you care about it? Your father gave me tens of thousands of silver. I remember that he said that money is the root of all evil. It is useless to keep it on me, and it will only add to my worries. Even now, I am unable to reach such a realm. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan with a weird gaze. Was he telling him the truth? His father wasn't having a high heart realm. He was just being dumb. Chapter 112. Suddenly, a disharmonious voice spread out from the distance. Zhang Tianshan, you actually dare to appear. I really overestimated you. Hearing those words, it wasn't a friendly one. Lin Fan looked towards Zhang Tianshan and said calmly, he is here to find trouble with you. Zhang Tianshan's expression was a little uneasy. He knew who it was, but he didn't expect him to come so quickly. Creditor, huge creditor. Originally, he wanted to run, but what was the point in running now? No matter what, he wasn't the sect leader, at most, he was the deputy sect leader. Sect leader, it is a long story. Martial Path Mountain still owes us the rent. Zhang Tianshan said. Very quickly, Huang Boren brought the servants over. Zhang Tianshan, you don't keep your word. My Huang family rented Martial Path Mountain to you. We agreed on a price, but you just left. If you didn't pay, you could say it. But you didn't say a word and just disappeared. Don't you think you are too much? Zhang Tianshan couldn't take it anymore and laughed, young Master Huang, it isn't what you think. It is a long story. Huang Boren said, don't talk to me about all that. I don't care. You rented my mountain, so you have to pay. Once you pay, everything has nothing to do with me. To Zhang Tianshan, that was just too heartless. At least he had to hear him finish. Lin Fan looked at him. This Huang family young master walked with the wind. He raised his head and looked really arrogant. His looks were average and there wasn't anything outstanding about him. Overall, he was average. Average. Normal. Huang Boren shouted towards the surroundings, all stop, all of you stop. If you don't pay the rent today, then don't think about starting. When the commoners who were working saw Huang Boren, they all stopped what they were doing. This was the Jiang City Huang family young master. If they didn't listen and still started to work, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Young Master Huang, why are you doing that? Can you slow down? Zhang Tianshan said. He felt really bitter in his heart. haze. He thought that he would be able to see Marshall Path Mountain rise up, but who knew that such a thing would happen while it was being repaired? Huang Boren waved his hand. There's no time to delay. You're a dishonest and immoral person. If you didn't have the money to pay me back then, I could still understand if you came to the Huang family and told me. But your actions are too vile. I won't believe you. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. I have no money. Shua. Only to see Huang Boren take out an abacus, his fingers moving quickly, the abacus clanging. I will rent Marshall Path Mountain to you, 700 silver a year. You didn't pay for 7 years, a total of 4,900 silver. Come to the Huang family to be a servant, 5 silver a month. You have to work for the Huang family for 81 years and 6 months. You won't be able to live that long. It's fine. My Huang family will find you a wife and leave you a descendant for your descendants. My Huang family doesn't owe anyone a single cent, but others can't owe my Huang family a single cent either. Pa pa. Huang Boren put away the abacus and wrapped it around his waist. Zhang Tianshan's eyes opened wide and his mouth was agape. He was stunned. This is a talent. Lin Fan said. He really couldn't tell that this fellow was actually so smart at such a young age. Yuan Tianchu smiled and didn't say a word. It seemed like he guessed correctly once more. As expected, Zhang Tianshan had a problem outside. He owed so much money and couldn't pay it back. Naturally, he had to find someone to take over and Lin Fan was the person he was looking for. Maybe next, Zhang Tianshan would push Lin Fan out and say that he was the new Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. All debts would be paid by the new sect leader. Zhang Tianshan said, Young Master Huang, that is a little vicious. Huang Boren didn't agree. What vicious? My Huang family forced you to rent, or did I place a knife on your neck and kill you if you didn't rent? If you don't have money, then move. You still drag it on, we owe you money and you still run. Touch your conscience, who is right and who is wrong? The servants around him straightened their backs. Coming out to collect debts from young master was really magnanimous and comfortable. Young master never used them. He just spoke loudly, suppressing you so much that you couldn't fight back. Zhang Tianshan knew that this Huang family young master wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew that after a few years, his words made him speechless. Liang Yongqi looked at Huang Boren. The rich family young masters in the big cities all spoke so arrogantly. However, he felt that Huang Boren didn't understand the situation. Of course, he wanted to know how Lin Fan was going to deal with it. Zhang Tianshan said, Young Master Huang, let's not talk about all this. Let me introduce you, this is the new Marshall Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan. I am only the deputy sect leader. Don't worry, I will pay you a lot. Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan and sized him up carefully. Then, he said, how could a normal person be tricked by this guy? Let me tell you, he owes me 4,900 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. If he doesn't return it, you will. Young Master Huang, how can you say that I conned him? This is the son of someone close to me. I want Marshall Path Mountain to prosper, so I gave up my position. Zhang Tianshan said. This era wasn't easy to live in. Young people were better at talking. For example, this Huang family young master, he might be young and didn't have much skill, but in terms of money, he really knew how to calculate. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. If you owe money, you should pay it back. No one can change that. You should head to the Huang family to be a servant. Just for 80 years, the gates of Marshall Path Mountain will always be open for you. Zhang Tianshan held his breath. Kid, I am your father's good friend. Zhang Tianshan said in disbelief. His heart felt cold. Yuan Tianchu smiled and didn't say a word. He knew that this would happen. It was impossible for that surnamed Lin to take responsibility. You told him to take over, but he wasn't a fool. He was skilled, so how could he be conned by you? Zhou Zhongmao looked at Zhang Tianshan and shook his head. He was filled with regret. Uncle was right, but he didn't expect it to be so tragic. His uncle had told him something before he left. Zhang Tianshan was his good friend and he knew his roots. He might not have been doing well, but to him, no matter how bad he was, it was good to have a martial path mountain. After all, when he was young, he left him so much silver. How would he expect that? Zhang Tianshan would have squandered all that silver. Martial Path Mountain was a bottomless hole, and the monthly salary given to the disciples was an astronomical figure. It wasn't easy for him to last until now. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of Huang Boren and took in a deep breath. His body gave out a cracking sound like his muscles were expanding. His expression slowly changed. Huang Boren looked at the seemingly simple and honest but actually a little terrifying man. What do you want to do? If you owe money, you should pay it back. Money is money, martial strength is martial strength, the two can't be talked about together. It is impossible for you to use martial strength to conquer me. My Huang family ancestor taught that 1 is 1, 2 is 2. If you owe money, then pay it back. If you want to hit me, then you have to pay it back first. Talent. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Cousin, back off. If he didn't appear, it would be tough to solve this matter. This fellow in front of him. He was also a talent. Chapter 114. The current Huang Boren was someone who didn't care about anything at all. It was still the same sentence. Return money. Return money. Return money. To Huang Boren, anyone who owed money was a big boss. He ran right away and didn't even have a place to find him. Zhang Tianshan rented his mountain and he owed him for so many years. That was trust. Who knew that trust was fed to dogs? Yuan Tianchu felt that this matter wasn't so easy to solve. If he didn't pay up, Martial Path Mountain definitely wouldn't be able to be repaired. But if he did, he wouldn't have money to repair Martial Path Mountain. That was a really problematic matter. Lin Fan walked in front of Huang Boren. Young Master Huang, let's talk. Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan and felt that this person wasn't like Zhang Tianshan. He nodded his head and walked to the side. Brother, let's be honest. No matter what, we have to pay up. My Huang family does business with fairness and honesty. We don't cheat people, but we won't be cheated either. I understand, I understand. Lin Fan replied. Zhang Tianshan saw the two of them talking in secret and wanted to know what they were talking about. This matter was a little complicated. Huang Boren wasn't easy to deal with. If he didn't return the 4,900 silver to him, he definitely wouldn't leave this place. Martial Path Mountain had already started to be repaired, but who knew that this would happen? If he knew, he would have changed to another mountain. Lin Fan said, Young Master Huang, do I look like a normal person? Huang Boren was slightly stunned and sized him up. Looking at your aura, you really aren't a normal person. But even if your aura isn't normal, you still have to pay up. Lin Fan was a little helpless. This fellow was so stubborn, but it seemed like it worked. He was so stubborn, he had to pay up, and nothing else was important. He pointed at Zhang Tianshan and said, Look at him, does he look like someone who can pay up? Huang Boren looked over. Truthfully, he didn't look like someone who could pay up. If he could, then he wouldn't have dragged it until now. Zhang Tianshan noticed that the two of them were looking at him. He pinched his goatee and revealed his confidence. He also gave off the aura of a hidden expert. Maybe the sect leader was praising him. Therefore, he had to cooperate well. It doesn't look like it, but he still has to pay it back. I have already thought about it. He will come to my Huang family to be a servant. His descendants will be there until he pays it back. Huang Boren said. Seeing how arrogant Zhang Tianshan was, Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. He had no self-awareness at all. Damn it, he owed him so much money. He had lived half his life in vain. Lin Fan said, "Brother Huang, do you know that if you let him become a servant of the Huang family, you will be inviting a wolf into the house? Who knows, maybe in a few decades, the Huang family will be surnamed Zhang. Don't think that I'm just trying to scare you. Anything can happen. His looks aren't bad. The Huang clan has arranged marriages, and their descendants can be either male or female. No one can say for sure. If the man is extraordinarily handsome, and the woman is as beautiful as a flower, devastatingly beautiful, do you think your descendants will be able to control themselves? Even if he married into the family, then your Huang family will be infiltrated by his descendants. Think about it, is there such a possibility?" This was the first time Huang Boren had heard such an analysis. He nodded his head. There was such a possibility. He was a businessman, and anything that happened in business was hard to predict. The word "strange" did not come from nowhere. He had witnessed it many times. There is such a possibility, but he still has to pay it back. Huang Boren said. Lin Fan said, "Brother Huang, I see that you are a businessman. Do you want to earn money?" Huang Boren said, "Yes, but I still have to pay it back." Damn it. Couldn't this fellow not say those words? Everyone knew that they had to pay, but it was pointless to keep saying it. Lin Fan said, "I have a business here right now. Brother Huang, are you willing to give it a try?" "No, just pay it back." Huang Boren shook his head. Lin Fan was a little tired. If he owed money, then he had to pay it back. He was a reasonable person, so how was he like those reckless people? Then, there is nothing to talk about. You should bring him back to Huang family to be a servant. There is no need for Martial Path Mountain, just treat your 4,900 silver as a waste. Since that was the case, then there was nothing to talk about. Wait. Huang Boren still wanted to get the money back. Previously, he had said that it would be a loss to make the other party a servant of the Huang family. Tell me what kind of business it is first. He was influenced by his family's way of doing business, and his grasp of the timing to earn money was accurate. He listened to his theory and considered whether or not to implement it. Lin Fan said, "Do you know why Martial Path Mountain closed?" Huang Boren hit the nail on the head. "Of course, I do. We recruited too many disciples and didn't have our own business, so how could we support the monthly allowance of the disciples? If Martial Path Mountain didn't close, who else would? And that makes sense. You know that I am the new sect leader and am prepared to reform, but I lack funds. I see that Brother Huang is a smart person, and naturally your eyes are unique. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say much as they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand what my reform was. Brother Huang, can you understand?" Lin Fan said. Huang Boren didn't reply. He was someone who liked to be praised. Unique eyes? Smart person? That was indeed him, but if he said that he couldn't understand, didn't that mean that he had no eyes and wasn't a smart person? He couldn't do that. He definitely couldn't do that. Huang Boren nodded, and, "I can understand." Understand what? Really, why didn't he say what method it was? He didn't even say it and he wanted him to understand. Helpless, he was really helpless. Lin Fan said, "Why don't Brother Huang take a gamble? Martial Path Mountain has just started, so continue to inject funds. Maybe in the future, Martial Path Mountain will become the top sect within 1,000,000 miles. When that happens, Brother Huang will earn a lot. Come over." At that moment, Lin Fan waved towards the servant beside Huang Boren. That servant was shocked, but he still walked in front of Lin Fan. "Let me ask you, if I asked you to inject funds into Martial Path Mountain, would you be willing?" Lin Fan asked. The servant said, "Of course not. Who would be willing to take such a loss? You can leave. Lin Fan said. Then, more servants were called over. Lin Fan asked the same question. He wanted them to inject funds into Marshall Path Mountain and that there would be huge returns in the future. He just asked if they were willing or not. It was obvious. These servants shook their heads and definitely wouldn't agree. With Marshall Path Mountain's current situation, only a fool would agree. Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan. His expression was really obvious, like he was saying that even my servant said it wasn't reliable, so there was nothing he could do. Even if he knew, even the servant said it wasn't reliable, so how could he think that it was reliable? Lin Fan said, "Brother Huang, do you see anything?" Huang Boren nodded, "I see." He really wanted to say that he really saw through it. He definitely couldn't inject funds into Marshall Path Mountain, otherwise, he would lose so much that he wouldn't even have his underwear left. Even the servant could see through it, so if he couldn't, then wouldn't he be blind? Lin Fan said, "That's right." With their eyes, they can only see that investing in Marshall Path Mountain isn't a good thing. But people with foresight like Brother Huang will have a different view. So, Brother Huang is a young master and they can only be servants. Oh my God. Huang Boren opened his eyes wide. Those words made sense. He looked at those servants. From the beginning until now, not a single servant had said anything in agreement. He noticed that Lin Fan was staring at him. It was like he noticed someone else. Your view is unique. Huang Boren said. Lin Fan chuckled, "Young noble Huang, it's not that my views are unique, it's because I'm an outstanding person, and young noble Huang is also an outstanding person. That's why I'm telling you all this. After all, if I were to tell those commoners, they wouldn't understand. Foresight decides everything. What do you think?" He tossed the topic back to Huang Boren. Lin Fan didn't believe that with his ability, he wouldn't be convinced. If you're that good, then, he would admit that his foresight wasn't good. If he didn't invest in Marshall Path Mountain, then he would just move. Whoever wanted to stay in this place could stay. At that moment, Huang Boren was in deep thought. He was forced into a corner. Lin Fan had already said such words. What else could he say? Suddenly, he thought of an old matter from the Huang family. The reason why the Huang family ancestor rose up was a mysterious story. Back then, the ancestor of the Huang family was also a landlord with some wealth in the area. After the chaos of war, the ancestor of the Huang family in the central imperial city was a small force within a group of forces. He was basically an existence that was swallowed up by others. However, his ancestor only met the general of that small power once and spoke a few words. He actually used his entire family's wealth to support him. The situation was like this. The small power turned around and wiped out the other large powers, which were several times stronger than them, to complete the unification. As the Huang family had the merit of becoming a dragon, they were conferred nobles. However, after 100 years, the Huang family didn't have anyone as capable as their ancestor and declined. However, they were still a rich aristocratic family in Jiang City. How annoying. He felt like he had a choice. It wasn't that he was dumb. It was just that the other party's words were very reasonable, and his heart was slightly moved. That was indeed the case. Especially that sentence, slaves can only be slaves. The reason was because there was a problem with their worldview. Huang Boren was in deep thought. Should he give it a try? If he succeeded, he would have huge gains. If he failed, it wouldn't be a huge loss and he could still take it. Lin Fan looked calmly at Huang Boren, his eyes didn't waver at all. This was the important moment and he couldn't be anxious. To him, Huang Boren was stubborn, but that didn't mean that he was dumb. Instead, he was really smart. Most importantly, and what he admired, was the fact that he dared to try. As long as he dared to try, then this matter would be stable. What did he want in life? Naturally, to eat and wait to die. He could eat and wait to die in U City, but he had a father who would urge him to get married. He was also spurring him on, so his life wasn't as he wished. However, as long as Marshall Path Mountain was on the right track and he was the sect leader, then his days would be great. Who was the big brother? He was the big brother. Who would do things? Of course, he would do it. When he had nothing to do, he would look at the mountains, drink tea, walk around Jiang City, wave his hands, and a bunch of brothers would charge forwards. He didn't even need to do anything himself. He just needed to spend some effort at the start. Chapter 115. He had such a dream. Lin Fan felt like he had to work hard. Huang Boren nodded his head. Your words make sense. That is indeed the case. I am willing to take the risk. He thought about it for a long time. He could take the risk. If he really suffered a loss, then he would accept it. Lin Fan was gratified. It wasn't easy to convince this fella. Zhang Tianqian's situation made him feel helpless. He couldn't figure it out. Did his father send him here to gain experience or to help his old friend? Brother Lin, I will invest 5,000 silver. I won't take the rent for 7 years. Once we gain something, then you can return it to me. How about that? Huang Boren said. This was already a huge sum. 5,000 silver wasn't a small sum. Normal people couldn't earn it in their entire lives. Deal. In the future, you won't regret your choice today. Lin Fan said. Huang Boren brought many bills with him. He didn't use them to invest but to buy his life. As the Jiang City Huang family young master, his life was precious. Some people would take the risk to kidnap him. This was why it was best to bring some money with him. At that moment, Huang Boren passed the bills to Lin Fan. This is 5,000 silver. I will talk to you about the rest in a few days. You have to be serious when you do business. If not, when you earn money in the future, you won't know. Lin Fan said, okay, no problem. I like such serious people. Zhang Tianxian looked at the scenes in the distance without blinking. When he saw Huang Boren take out money and pass it to Lin Fan, he was shocked. Damn! What happened? Not only did they not pay, but Huang Boren actually took out money? Could it be that this kid was threatening him? That was too bold. Yuan Tianchu frowned in deep thought. What was going on? What did Lin Fan say to him? Huang Boren came to ask for money, but in the end, why did he take it out himself? The problem here was a little complicated. With his brain, he actually couldn't understand it. Lin Fan and Huang Boren were having a good conversation. This was great. He didn't need to pay for the money needed to repair Marshall Path Mountain. Jiang City young master Huang was really generous, taking out 5,000 silver right away. This money was enough to repair Marshall Path Mountain from head to tail. In the future, their lives would be much better. Sect leader, what did you talk about with young master Huang? Zhang Tianshan asked. He couldn't wait to find out. He was very curious. Talk about what? They must be talking about those things about you. Talk about what? Young Master Huang took out 5,000 silver to invest in Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan opened his eyes wide. Amazing. He didn't expect Lin Fan to trick Huang Boren into investing in Marshall Path Mountain. Amazing, truly amazing. Only now did he realize that if Lin Wani was so amazing, then how bad could his son be? Yuan Tianchu quietly eavesdropped. But he didn't manage to eavesdrop on any substantive content. Investment? 5,000 taels. Oh my god. This was too fucking fake. The way he looked at Lin Fan had changed. He thought that he could see through Lin Fan, but he still couldn't. To be able to persuade the other party in such a situation and even make the other party take the initiative to fork out money, it was hard to not be impressed by his capability. "Cousin, why did you stand in front of young Master Huang just now? You must remember, strength can only make people submit, not willingly." Lin Fan chided. Huang Boren said, "Even if it is strength, I won't submit." Lin Fan patted Huang Boren's shoulder. "Young Master Huang is outstanding and a person with principles. Naturally, he won't submit to strength. Brother Lin too." Huang Boren said, "There is no need to call me young Master Huang, it is a little too formal. Just call me Brother Huang. In the future, I am a part of Martial Path Mountain. I hope that Brother Lin can do this well and let me see returns." Of course, of course. However, investments are risky. Brother Huang, remember that. Lin Fan said. Now, he was just saying the ugly words out front. He didn't lie, it was a reasonable investment with risks. If he really lost money, then he couldn't blame anyone. Huang Boren looked towards Zhang Tianshan and said, "You need to learn from Brother Lin. Running away when you owe money, you have no future." He cupped his fists. "Brother Lin, then I won't disturb you. When Martial Path Mountain opens, inform me and I will come over to congratulate you." "Okay." Then, Huang Boren brought the servants and left. Damn, this kid's words are just so bad. What do you mean I have no future? I can even be his father. He doesn't respect me." Zhang Tianshan was unhappy. Lin Fan was lazy to say more. Now, he really felt that his father must have known that his unreliable friend was doing too badly, so he asked him to come and help. Martial Path Mountain, Martial Path Mountain. He was filled with hope. But when he saw the truth, he knew that the hope was actually fear. Stop talking nonsense and let them work. Keep a close eye on them and don't let them fish in troubled waters. Lin Fan said. What if the rich family young master's life was gone forever? There was only one way. Which was to slowly revive Martial Path Mountain and become a sect leader who just ate and waited to die. On the way down. "Young master, why do you want to invest in Martial Path Mountain? This deal is obviously a loss." A servant asked. If other aristocratic family servants asked such sensitive questions, their legs would have been broken. But the Huang family was different. Their family believed that a single person couldn't compare to a group of people. This was why when they made a decision, they allowed the servants to ask about business matters. When Huang Boren heard that, if it was before, he might have said that it was indeed a loss. But in his mind, he recalled what Lin Fan said to him. The reason why they were servants was because they saw what everyone else could see. They weren't able to see deeper things. Those words made sense. Why didn't he notice it in the past? Huang Boren said, because what he said makes sense. On the surface, Martial Path Mountain is a loss, but if it is a profitable business, then we wouldn't wait for people to invest. My Huang family does business like that. As long as it makes sense, even if it is a loss, we will do it. But if it doesn't make sense and is a loss, then the investment would be a waste. The servant clapped. Young master is amazing, we can only worship you. And Huang Boren smiled and nodded. All of you have many things to learn. He was such a confident person. Especially after receiving compliments, his confidence was off the charts. The sun set in the west. The commoners on Martial Path Mountain left one by one. Huang Boren's investment was injecting fresh blood into Martial Path Mountain. Of course. This wasn't important to Lin Fan. His heart wasn't on whether or not Martial Path Mountain could become strong, but whether or not he could have such a leisurely life when Martial Path Mountain became strong. The environment in the room changed. However, it still wasn't at the level that Lin Fan wanted. Just his current dressing didn't show off the special aura of a young master. Small support system column. Rage points, 78:23. It hadn't grown in a long time. Now that he was outside, he felt a little pressure. He still had to improve it. He thought about it for a moment. Got it. He spent 3,500 rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes, reached perfection, consumed 4,000 rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes, reached the peak. Right now, he only wanted to raise 2 out of the 3 techniques, Thunder Blade 4 styles, Motionless Bright King Body and Mixed Yuan Broken Jade Hand to the Return to True Realm. Among which, Lightning Blade 4 strokes could be refreshed with either Unmovable King Body or Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand. When he raised Lightning Blade 4 strokes to reach the peak, his understanding of the blade path became deeper. As expected from the small support system. Although it wasn't overpowered enough, at least he could survive in this world. U City. Lin Wani was reading in the reading room. After reading for a while, he left the room and walked to the window. He looked at the night scenery outside, and a look of deep thought appeared on his face. Old Master, do you miss young Master? Old Wu asked. Lin Wani sighed, how can I not miss him? My only son is outside and can't take care of himself. If he causes trouble outside, no one will help him. He might have been spurring Lin Fan on. Actually, he cared about him and hoped that this unfilial kid could become a talent. Even if he didn't, at least he could become a human. Chapter 116. Kid, don't look at Martial Path Mountain situation. If it really develops, there will be many benefits. Zhang Tianshan told Lin Fan about how good Martial Path Mountain was. He really had feelings for Martial Path Mountain. A lifetime of youth was spent here. Just smelling the scent here made him feel relaxed and relaxed. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and it sounded a little arrogant. Oi, 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 you, come over. Lin Fan walked over. Who was it, to be so arrogant? Martial Path Mountain hadn't even opened and they came to challenge him. They really didn't hold him in any regard. This voice, Zhang Tianshan frowned. The voice was familiar, like he had heard it before. Outside, the commoners who came to work put down what they were doing. They looked at the arrogant fellow standing at the entrance and all of them recognized him. That was the Qin family martial arts teacher. Li Kong. Qin family wasn't easy to offend. Based on what they knew, Qin family used to be bandits. Even if they were clean now, they had a huge connection with the Wolf Ditch stronghold around Jiang City. Or rather, that Wolf Ditch stronghold was a bandit nest that Qin family supported. It's you. Zhang Tianshan looked at the person and recognized right away. It was the Qin family martial arts teacher. He was a little strong. He was also really overbearing. He was a crude person who didn't give face. In the past, when Martial Path Mountain was still there, he would come to Martial Path Mountain to find trouble with him, and he was helpless. All the disciples on Martial Path Mountain knew that he was the Qin family martial arts teacher. They were afraid of the Qin family. This was why it was tough for him to be the sect leader. He had to say nice things to them and coax them. Sometimes he would lose face, but thinking about Martial Path Mountain, he bore with it. After all, no matter who it was, when they worked hard to realize their dreams, they would face some resistance. As long as they could overcome it, then they would be the strongest. Zhang Tianshan said, Kid, this is the Jiang City Qin family martial arts teacher. You need to pay attention and not offend him. Qin family is as strong as the Huang family, but they are really evil. You have to be careful. Yuan Tian and Chu Li were far away. This had nothing to do with him. He knew that things weren't so simple. Leaving U City was dangerous. A small martial arts teacher was so arrogant. If this was in U City, he would teach him a lesson. However, forget it now. He didn't have that ability. Brother Liang, don't get too close. Be careful of the shockwaves. Yuan Tianchu reminded. Liang Yongqi said, he dares to hit me. Yuan Tianchu shook his head. With Liang Yongqi's attitude, he would definitely suffer. I don't dare to hit you. Outside, people dared to kill you, and you didn't even dare to say a word. Li Tsong's face was ferocious and he had a thick beard. His gaze was fierce. What kind of tone is that? Zhang Tianshan, did you become stronger? You dare to speak to me like that? I heard that your martial path mountain reopened, so why didn't you come to Qin family to greet my young master? Is my young master not good enough for you, or are you getting arrogant? The servants behind him puffed out their chests and stared at Zhang Tianshan aggressively. It was as if he would beat him up if he dared to be impudent. Teacher Li, what do you mean by that? When did I, Zhang Tianshan, do that? Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was sad, not for himself, but for Zhang Tianshan. Uncle. Are you really my father's friend? My father is such a fierce person. Even if you are weak, you should be a little stronger. He established Martial Path Mountain. As the sect leader, he was actually bullied by a family's teacher. Did he even have any face? Looking at the situation, you really took it in. Li Tsong scoffed coldly, you didn't get arrogant. If you didn't, then why didn't you come to Qin family? You even worked with Huang family. You don't care about our Qin family at all. Zhang Tianshan wanted to say something, but Lin Fan stopped him, let me. He really couldn't take it anymore. No matter what. Since Zhang Tianshan was his father's friend, he couldn't just ignore this matter. Not only did Zhang Tianshan lose face. Even his father was humiliated. When other people said, oh, he was Zhang Tianshan's friend, it sounded weird to others. Lin Fan walked in front of Li Tsong, I am the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader, who are you? Shouting so early in the morning, is there something wrong with you, or is your face itchy? Rage points plus 66. Li Tsong was instantly furious. Arrogant. The kid in front of him was really arrogant. Didn't he ask around about Li Tsong's status in Rivertown and how strong he was? He didn't say much else. His strength was one of the top in Jiang City. Now a kid dared to behave so arrogantly in front of him, he was just asking to die. Martial Path Grade 6, do you understand? That was a terrifying strength. He spent a total of 20 years to reach the 6th stage of the martial path. Even so, he considered himself a genius. No one helped him and no resources were given to him. He relied on 20 years of hard work. You dare to speak to me like that? I am the Qin family teacher, I will give you a chance to apologize. If not, with so many people looking, I will make things difficult for you. Li Tsong hollered in rage. Those commoners shivered. That was Li Kong. A terrifying person. They panicked a little. If this new Martial Path Mountain sect leader was killed by someone, then who would they ask for their wages from? Don't die. Don't die. The commoners prayed. If they died, then they wouldn't get any money. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't take it. He dared to speak to his cousin like that, then he had to die. He didn't care about the Qin family or the instructor. He was rude to his cousin, and his fist would make him eat dirt. However, he was a little too slow. Lin Fan raised his hand and instantly slapped down. Pa! Qin family! Pa! Teacher! Pa! Arrogant! Pa! Difficult! Pa! Where is he? That slap didn't make a sound, and it hit empty air. As for that voice, cousin made it up. Perhaps because he saw that his cousin's goal was not achieved, he decided to dub for his cousin. Li Tsong sat on the ground, covering his face and looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Rage points plus 222. You dare to hit me? Li Tsong really didn't believe that someone actually dared to touch him. Damn. Did that mean that Chen family's name couldn't suppress these people? Lin Fan kicked and directly knocked Li Tsong out. He was really drunk. What was going on? He didn't even know who it was and came to Marshall Path Mountain to shout. His head hurt. There were many things to do recently, and now this happened. Annoyed, he was really annoyed. Li Tsong felt really dizzy, his will was dissipating, and he was shouting in his heart. He couldn't faint. He really couldn't faint. He was a Marshall Path Grade 6 expert, and his strength hadn't exploded out yet. Pa-ta! Li Tsong's head smacked onto the ground, and he fainted. Ah! The servants who followed opened their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. Rage points plus 11. Rage points plus 11. He obtained a total of 110 rage points. How useless. Based on the calculations of the small support system, the presence of the servants was actually much higher than that of commoners. Was it because of the family? Scram, if you come again, I will break your 5 limbs. Lin Fan scolded. The Chin family's servants carried the instructor and ran away. They ran too quickly, and they ate dirt. Who cared how much, they just ran. Marshall Path Mountain was going to defy the heavens. They were going to fight. Wasn't the teacher really amazing? Why was he so weak today? He didn't even attack, and he fainted. He was just too useless. He even brought them out to find trouble, and they were nearly beaten up. Zhang Tianxian felt really good. Preposterous, who asked them to be so arrogant? They were beaten up by the new sect leader. However, he was a little worried. Sect leader, you are too rash. Chen family can't be offended, we need to be low profile outside. He knew Lin Fan's position in Yu City. However, now that he was outside, he couldn't act like he was in his own territory. Lin Wani told him to take care of his kid, so he had to. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Low profile. I want to, but my strength doesn't allow me. What do you want me to do? Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao hurried forwards. Cousin, does your hand hurt? His skin is a little rough, so it definitely hurts. Lin Fan said, it is okay, but his beard is a little prickly. If he dares to come again, I will shave his beard. And, if there is such a thing next time, leave it to me. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan didn't think about killing these people who came to cause trouble. There was no point in killing them. Although he didn't give much rage points, it lasted for a long time. However, after this matter, he noticed that the power structure in Jiang City was a little complicated. Those families definitely weren't harmonious. There were often open and hidden battles. Their relationship was good. With battles, he could gain rage points. Jiang City. The Qin family servants carried Li Tsong and ran around the streets. Out of the way, out of the way. The commoners around looked on curiously. When they realized that Li Tsong had fainted, they were shocked. What happened? Li Tsong was the Qin family teacher, and usually he was really domineering. No one dared to offend him. Even those vendors were terrified when they saw Li Kong. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. Thus, when they saw Li Tsong, their first thought was that he was taught a lesson. Heavens, earth. Finally, they opened their eyes. A bunch of servants carried the pig-like Li Tsong and charged in. They shouted, "Not good, young master, something happened." A blade flew out from who knows where and stabbed into the chest of the servant who shouted. Puchi. That servant lowered his head and looked at the blade in his chest. His eyes were filled with shock. I just shouted, where did the blade come from? My hand slipped while practicing martial arts. Chen family young master took a towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then pulled out the blade. Fresh blood flowed out from the servant's chest. It couldn't be stopped, and the ground was dyed red. Pang! The servant fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Before he died, he wanted to roar. Young master, even if your hand slipped, you can't stab me to death. Chen Xingyao turned a blind eye to the dead servant and asked, what's going on with him? The servants' faces turned ashen white. No one dared to reply. The way young master held the blade was really terrifying. They were afraid that if they opened their mouths, young master would chop them to death. Thus, all of a sudden, no one spoke. If he made it too heavy, then it wasn't something that a strong person could do. It was obvious that he had cultivated before. Why would someone who cultivated before come here? Lu Xian wanted him to die. Naturally, he couldn't let Lu Xian know that he could come out from here. This was why he had to hide it. He carried the basket and purposely walked past the two of them. As expected. The armored male raised his hand and pointed at Zhu Xiang, count him in, carrying so many stones, he is really strong. The person who accompanied him looked at Zhu Xiang and was a little helpless. Damn! Why did he carry so much? Luckily, he was seen. He didn't want anyone from the stone field to be chosen. If you recruit soldiers, then I won't have anyone here. If I don't have enough people, then I won't be able to complete the mission. I will be punished. What a waste. A higher official could crush someone, much less someone several ranks higher. Even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. Zhu Xiang didn't show any expression. This was the first step. He was still far from his final goal, but he knew that as long as he worked hard and could bear with it, he definitely wouldn't fail. Martial Path Mountain Waste. Zhou Zhongmao stood on the steps like a giant. He looked into the distance and didn't move at all. Cousin was now on Martial Path Mountain, so he had to protect him. Martial Path Mountain was indeed good. There was only one path up, and as long as he guarded here, there would be no problems. At that moment, Chen Xingyao came to Martial Path Mountain. Li Tsong was beaten up on Martial Path Mountain. To Chen Xingyao, naturally, he couldn't take it. Who could be so arrogant? Of course. He came today to see what kind of person the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader was, not to attack. Very quickly, they met Zhou Zhongmao. To them, Zhou Zhongmao blocking the path was just an eyesore. Chen Xingyao walked in front of Zhou Zhongmao and teased, dumb guy, scram to the side, I want to, paw. A gust of wind blew past. The servants who followed Chen Xingyao opened their eyes wide and didn't dare to blink. What happened? Where did that wind come from? Where was young master? He was just standing in front of them, how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? At that moment, a servant looked around, searching for the young master. When he saw the figure hanging on a tree not too far away, he cried out in an exaggerated and terrified manner, young master. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Their faces turned ashen white. How did this happen? Why did young master run to the tree branch? No one dared to stay, running to save young master. At the same time, some servants turned their heads and scolded in fear. You are finished, do you know who he is? Your Martial Path Mountain is finished. After a Herculean effort, they finally rescued the young master. However, young master was unconscious, his limbs were hanging down, and he spat out bubbles from his mouth. Who knew whether or not he was dead? Dumb. Zhou Zhongmao took a look and didn't care much. He still stood there like a statue, protecting Martial Path Mountain. Protecting the cousin in his heart. Jiang City. Move aside. Move aside. The servants carried Chen Xingyao and ran. The commoners around were stunned. What kind of weird thing was happening today? Li Tsong was carried back by a servant, so why was Chen family young master carried back not long later? What kind of fierce beast was outside to actually be so terrifying? Very quickly, people spread the news in the city. Chen family young master was frightened by a beast outside. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. Was that true? Chen family young master Chen Xingyao was frightened by a beast and fainted. That was just impossible. Shortly after, the more it spread, the more exaggerated it became. What Chen family young master was frightened by a wild wolf and fainted. In the end, Chen family young master suffered retribution. He was walking nicely when a bird poop landed on his head and he fainted. The people who heard that, they felt like they were farting. The more it spread, the more it got out of hand. Couldn't they have some professional ethics in spreading rumors? They all knew that it was just a rumor. But they should have spread it so that they could have some fun after the meal. But what was this bird poop that made a person faint? Whoever believed it had a problem with their brain. However, not only did people believe it, but that fool in the city knew that bird poop could make a person faint. He ran away from the bird, afraid that it would make him faint. Chen Manor. The doctor was busy and was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. This was the Chen family young master. If something happened, they would be unlucky. Pinching his philtrum, acupuncture, everything was tried but he didn't wake him up. In the end, they invited the old doctor in the city. His mouth was filled with black teeth and he had smoked for decades. He also liked to eat garlic. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell was so sweet and fragrant. After smelling it, he would spit out bubbles. The old doctor's hands trembled as his face got close to Chen Xingyao. His old eyes couldn't see clearly, so he had to get close. As he looked, he opened his mouth. A thread of turbid air floated out. Suddenly, Chen Xingyao's nose moved, the smell was too piercing. Ah! He woke up. He really woke up. The doctors around were shocked and then said, "God doctorin is amazing." The old doctor, Miracle Doctorin, was a little confused. What was going on? This God doctor didn't even see what was wrong with young Master Chen, so why did he wake up? However, when he heard all these praises, he nodded his head. It was so easy, it was just a small matter. However, this person wasn't someone to be offended. He looked dumb, but he was actually really cunning. Heavens! In such a small place, there were only a few people. How many of them were good people? Li Tsong brought young master's orders and rode his horse towards Wolf Brigade. That was the biggest bandit lair within 100 miles of Jiang City. They were really vicious and vicious. Who knew how many people were robbed by Wolf Brigade? From Jiang City to reach there, one needed half a day. Going back and forth was a day. They attacked crazily. Dust and lightning. What he needed to do was to reach Wolf Brigade in the shortest time and bring young master's orders over. When night came, Li Tsong panted and felt his butt hurt. The road was too tough, and sitting on the back of the horse, his butt felt really uncomfortable. Looking out, the lights in front of the stronghold were bright. "Who is it? Report your name." A person jumped down from a tree and said solemnly. In the dark night, the weapon in his hand gave off a cold glow. Li Tsong said, "It is me, Chen family's Li Kong, so it is Teacher Li, please enter." As expected, that was the case. Wolf Brigade and Chen family had such a close relationship. Li Tsong entered the depths of Wolf Brigade and saw many carriages filled with goods. Many bandits were unloading them. It was obvious that they went out to do something and obtained huge gains. He entered the room. Zhongyi Hall. A male sat on the main seat. He wore a thick leather shirt and had a bald head. There was a knife scar at the corner of his eye that stretched to the corner of his mouth. He looked really vicious and terrifying. Even if he was a martial path grade 6 expert, he still panicked. He felt like he wasn't facing a person but a lion. There were many people sitting around. These were the elites of Wolf Brigade. Li Tsong cupped his fists and said, "Leader, young master ordered me to come out and wash Marshall Path Mountain in blood." The leader didn't say anything. The people sitting below said, "Marshall Path Mountain? Didn't they close down? Why, did they open up a mountain again?" They all knew about Marshall Path Mountain. That was a joke. Any random person wanted to open up a mountain and even give money to disciples. What a joke. All of you shut up. The leader opened his mouth. His voice was really heavy, giving one an irresistible feeling. "Since it is young master's orders, then our Wolf Brigade will complete it beautifully. Second brother, third brother, bring people and teacher Li back to wash Marshall Path Mountain in blood. On the way back, rob the villages around Jiang City and snatch some women. Recently there are many more brothers in the stronghold, and we don't have enough women." "Yes, big brother." Second brother stood up, a maniacal glow flashed in his eyes. Second brother's body was a little thin and weak, but his facial features were really tight, giving one a dark and vicious feeling. Li Tsong frowned. "Leader, it isn't good to rob the villages around Jiang City, right?" That was indeed the case. "Ha ha ha." The leader smiled. "What is not good about it? As long as our Wolf Brigade heads out, then we have to bring things back. What can Marshall Path Mountain have? There is nothing at all. I can't let our brothers head out for nothing." Li Tsong smiled. Damn. Why was he thinking so much? As long as he completed young master's mission, who cared about those villages? At most, if something happened, he would inform the Wolf Brigade that Jiang City wanted to stop them, so they had to be calm and not fight head-on. Anyways, it wasn't like such a thing had never happened before. One just had to get used to it. Li Tsong said, "Then, please follow me back to Jiang City. Marshall Path Mountain has a total of 6 people, and we don't have any scale," third brother said in disdain. "Scale? Even if it was the previous Marshall Path Mountain, we could come and go freely. Could they stop us?" Wolf Brigade was just so confident. They had won every battle. They robbed merchants, and no matter whether or not they had experts, they would kill anyone they met. They didn't stop at all. Li Tsong said, "Of course, the Wolf Brigade is really strong, so naturally, Marshall Path Mountain is nothing. However, it isn't convenient for young master to attack, otherwise, why would he bother all of you?" He was annoyed with the Wolf Brigade long ago. All of them were so arrogant. As the Qin family teacher, I have never been so arrogant. How infuriating. Let's see if I complain to young master when I return. The leader said, "Young master's matter is naturally our matter. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Let's head to Jiang City and solve these problems for young master." The second master and the third master gathered 30 of their brothers, brought their sabers, and rode away. Bringing 30 was enough. Their Wolf Brigade was famous outside, and people were terrified when they heard their name. Not many people had the ability to fight back when they saw them. They left. The leader's face slowly turned cold. "Big brother, we are so strong, so why do we need to listen to Qin family?" Someone said. They felt that they were really strong. They didn't need to listen to anyone at all. Especially that Qin family young master, who treated them like lackeys and ordered them around. It really made one feel uncomfortable. The leader said, "Not enough." That night, Lin Fan studied the small support system. His own ability was already really strong. Physique, 240, Marshall Path Grade 8, Internal Strength, 240, Marshall Path Grade 8, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 10, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics, Unmovable King Body, Unlearned, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Reach the Peak, Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, mastery through comprehension. Rage points, 3, 740. He picked up the blade he brought from U City and held it in his hand. Instantly, a thin layer was attached to the blade. That was the blade glow. Lightning blade 4 strokes was really strong, and it could slash out sparks with lightning. Wang! Internal strength injected in. The blade glow was extremely strong, and the entire room was extremely bright. He retracted his technique. The blade glow dissipated, and everything returned back to normal. I know I am strong, but I have no place to use it. What a headache! Lin Fan exclaimed. He was really strong now. He wasn't bragging, but it was the truth. He thought that he would be able to use it when he came out. But now it seemed like he thought too much. Could the martial path mountain matter be solved with strength? That was something that could only be solved with money and brains. However, for some reason, he felt that his father sent him out because he didn't want him to experience something. He could feel the greatness of a father's love. When there is chaos, money and brains are useless. What is useful is still strength. His brain spun as he recalled some things that happened in the past. He suddenly comprehended something. He had never seen his father crave money, and one could even say that he had no emotions at all. If anyone did such a thing, then there were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was blind. The other was that he knew that money was useless. For some reason, his brain became more and more agile. It wasn't like that in the past. It seemed like after he raised the purple sun for Saint Scripture, there was such a change. Maybe this cultivation technique made him smarter the more he cultivated. That might be the case. However, he didn't like to be too smart. If not, he would be strong and smart. Then, he wouldn't be giving him a chance to live. Within Jiang City, Chen Xingyao looked coldly at Martial Path Mountain in the distance. Tomorrow, at most tomorrow, that place would be a sea of flames. Offending me, Chen Xingyao. Don't you know who I am? This young master is very narrow-minded. 20th of July. Morning. Hualulu. Far away from Jiang City, the Wolf Brigade bandits rode horses over and finally reached their destination. Li Tsong said, "It isn't convenient for me to appear, so I will head back to inform young master. What happens next will depend on all of you. However, I hope that all of you can act at night, that way you won't cause too much of a commotion." After which, Li Tsong rode the horse and left. If others saw him mixing with these bandits, it wouldn't be good. The blade in his hand would be dyed in blood once more. TSK, what is this, to act at night? Our Wolf Brigade doesn't act at night, only in the day would we be really majestic. Second leader said in disdain. Ha ha ha, the bandits laughed out loud, they were all amused by their second-in-command. The other bandits were used to moving at night. But their Wolf Brigade was different, the brighter the sky, the better. If not, who would know who did it? Let's go, wash Martial Path Mountain in blood. Kill to our heart's content, and once it ends, we will pillage villages and snatch beauties. Ride! 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 He galloped on his horse, causing a thick layer of dust to ripple. In the distance, commoners passed by. When they saw those people, they were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Their pants were a little wet. Bandits! Bandits are here! They panicked and panicked. They didn't even pack their things and just ran towards the city. He was going to inform others now. The Wolf Brigade bandits were here, so he had to be careful. Martial Path Mountain. The sound of horse hooves continued. The Wolf Brigade bandits didn't get off their horses and directly rode up. What they wanted was this aura. 1,000 troops couldn't block it. One look and they were terrified, so terrified that they peed their pants. The Wolf Brigade bandits cried out, waving the weapons in their hands. They were totally prepared to pillage. In the past, When they charged into the village like that, the people in the village were stunned. They were so terrified that they covered their heads and fled. They had no ability to block at all. On the mountain, everyone stopped what they were doing. Where did the horse hooves sound come from? Where did those cries and howls come from? Oh my God! These sounds in the day were really terrifying. Very quickly, a bunch of people appeared. They were tall and strong, giving off an aggressive aura. Ah! They are bandits. The Wolf Brigade bandits are here. Why did they come? The commoners who came to work were so terrified that their souls were about to fly away. What they were most afraid of were bandits. These were people who killed without blinking. The commoners fled in all directions. No, I just came to earn some money. Even my life is going to be sacrificed, what a loss. Woo woo woo, before the blade even landed, the commoners started to cry out in pain. Maybe this was what they said in legends, one could even scare oneself to death. Zhang Tianshan said, "Heroes, let's not interfere with each other. Let's talk nicely, there is no need to use weapons." Second brother jumped off his horse. "Scram, I heard that Martial Path Mountain has a new sect leader, let him come out." The bandits looked at the chaotic situation on Martial Path Mountain, and they were filled with delight. Did you see that? These were true bandits. They didn't do anything, just standing there, and they could scare a bunch of people to death. Zhang Tianshan felt like he had lost face. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader, and he had face. Although they were bandits, they couldn't be so arrogant, right? I am the deputy sect leader. The sect leader isn't here, so I am in charge of Martial Path Mountain. If you have something to say, then say it. It is broad daylight, and I don't believe that you dare to attack. Zhang Dashan suppressed his anger. Kang! A long blade stabbed right in front of Zhang Dashan. You don't dare to attack. Are you sure? Second brother asked with a dark and sunken face. A drop of sweat appeared on Zhang Dashan's forehead. Damn! He was just saying. How could he be sure that he didn't dare to attack? What is going on? Why aren't you sleeping so early in the morning? Why are you running out to do this? Lin Fan was woken up by the noise. Didn't they look at the time? Are you animals? Even if you don't sleep, you have to let me sleep. Young master, wear your clothes, it is cold. Go, Z chased over with his clothes. Young master was wearing his pajamas, and it was cold. What if he caught a cold? Lin Fan was furious. He didn't wake up naturally, so he had a temper. Second brother said, "You are the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader?" Lin Fan scolded, "Fuck your mother. Are you a bunch of bastards sick? Is there a hole in your brains? Why are you crying like ghosts and howling like wolves in the morning? Are you guys looking for death?" Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He had never seen Lin Fan so angry before. Was this Lin Fan's true face? When a person was unconscious, the personality that he showed was his true self. That was possible. It was really possible. Second brother was stunned by Lin Fan's scolding. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Rage points plus 666. The bandits behind him looked at Lin Fan in shock. This new sect leader was a little fierce. Or was there something wrong with his brain, and he didn't see what was going on? The commoners didn't dare to say anything. New sect leader, can you not be so overbearing? These are the bandits of Wolf Brigade, and they are really fierce. If you anger them like that, you will drag us down. We acted like we were dead and hoped that after they killed you, they would let us off. You are not letting any of us off. Ha ha ha, second brother, I think he is a fool. Third brother laughed, he couldn't stop himself from laughing. Maybe he had never seen such a scene before. Rage points plus 777. Second brother lost all his face, and he lost all his face in front of his brothers. What could he do? You are asking to die. Second brother hollered in rage and charged forwards. He slapped out with his palm, and light was absorbed from his palm. His martial path cultivation wasn't weak, at least grade 6 or 7. Pang! Lin Fan used mixed energy broken jade hand and slapped forwards. Pang pang. A huge force spread over, and second brother retreated a few steps. His hand hurt badly, and his expression was solemn. Kiki, I thought you were a fool, so you have some ability. However, even so, you have to die today. Attack, don't leave a single chicken or dog on Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan wasn't in a good mood. Cousin, beat them up. Leave the people and horses alive. Zhou Zhongmao suppressed the rage in his heart. This bunch of arrogant bandits didn't care about his cousin at all. However, he was annoyed that he wanted to leave them alive. Pang! Zhou Zhongmao's footsteps landed on the ground, and cracks appeared. He instantly appeared in front of the bandits. He hollered. He gave out a shocking roar of rage. The horses knelt on the ground. The bandits on its back were stunned by that roar, and they all rolled off their horses. Zhou Zhongmao crossed his arms, and his aura boiled. Thick internal strength seeped out from his body. Heaven and earth reversal. With such a stance, a shocking thing happened. The bandits felt like they couldn't control their bodies as they gathered towards the center. Zhou Zhongmao's crossed arms were like a ball, directly controlling the bandits. What technique is that? Second brother was shocked like he had seen a ghost. When had they ever seen such a mysterious and indiscernible technique? He didn't even touch the person. Pang! 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 The bandits felt a huge force pressing down on their bodies, and they were unable to move at all. Lin Fan was lazy to look. Capture them. Once I sleep, I will slowly deal with them. He didn't even look at the bandits, turning around and leaving right away. He wanted to go back to sleep. The bandits looked at Zhou Zhongmao. Who was this honest and even a little silly fellow? Also, what did that new sect leader mean? Why did it feel like he didn't care about the Wolf Brigade people at all? Damn! Wasn't he defeated way too quickly? Qin Xingyao, who did you offend? We were all wiped out. Let's not talk about second brother. Just talking about third leader, he had already thought about how to kill the people from Martial Path Mountain. He even thought about the specific steps. However, when he fell off the horse, he knew that he was finished. As expected. He didn't even pull out his blade and was beaten to the ground. How embarrassing. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao stood in front of them and looked at them coldly. You all are so annoying. My cousin doesn't like to be disturbed when he is sleeping. Brother, we came to slaughter Martial Path Mountain, and you told me that your cousin didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping. Can you give us some face? You didn't care about us at all, right? Qin family. Young master, I am back. Tonight, the Wolf Brigade will attack, and we will be able to see fireworks. Li Tsong said. Qin Xingyao nodded his head, very good. He felt really good in his heart. This was the effect that he wanted. The Wolf Brigade was vicious, and no one on Martial Path Mountain would be able to live. Suddenly, a servant walked in and panicked. Young master, not good. The Wolf Brigade bandits are heading towards Martial Path Mountain. What? Li Tsong was stunned. Who did you hear that from? Damn. We agreed to attack at night, so why are you so anxious? Even if you are anxious, can you not let others see? Isn't this causing trouble for young master? The servant said, a commoner said it. Now everyone in the city knows that the Wolf Brigade bandits are heading to Martial Path Mountain. Qin Xingyao took in a deep breath and told the servant to leave. He then looked towards Li Tsong with an unfriendly gaze. When Li Tsong saw that gaze, he was terrified. Young master, I told them to attack at night, but I didn't expect them to not wait and attack right away. Young master, truthfully, I feel that the Wolf Brigade doesn't listen to you. They said that after wiping out Marshall Path Mountain, when they return, they will rob villages. Chen Xingyao's expression became more and more ugly. The news that Li Tsong brought back wasn't good. If that was true, what did the Wolf Brigade want to do? Rebel? Rebel, what nonsense. He didn't believe that even if he gave them 10 guts, they wouldn't dare. Li Tsong said, Young master, do you want to head to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look? Chen Xingyao said, No, if we go, it will be problematic. We won't be able to see the flame ocean at night, what a waste. The Wolf Brigade didn't listen to his orders and acted on their own, which made him unhappy. When he had time, he had to head to Wolf Brigade and have a good chat with the leader to see what he was thinking. Beneath Marshall Path Mountain, a bunch of people were hiding in the darkness. What do you think will happen above? It will be a battle to the death, blood will flow like a river, and corpses will be split into several pieces. Ah, so cruel. Cruel. What is this? You can't imagine how cruel the Wolf Brigade bandits are. Do you know that fool in the city? He wasn't a fool in the past, but he became a fool later on. I heard of this before. It seems like his father's head was smashed by the Wolf Brigade bandits. He saw the scene and was agitated, which was why he became like this. See? So terrifying. There was no movement on Marshall Path Mountain. It was just so silent. There were no shocking screams, and there was no thick smoke. To them, the Wolf Brigade bandits were good at killing and arson. It was normal that they didn't kill anyone, but they had to see some thick smoke. As for heading to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look, forget it. Even if they were 10 guts, they wouldn't dare. Who were those people? They were all vicious bandits. They didn't want to live and ran. To send themselves over, wasn't that just asking to die? On the mountain, second brother, what should we do now? Third brother knelt on the ground and asked. He observed the situation around. It was still safe, and there was nothing to do. The current situation was a humiliation to them. The Wolf Brigade bandits were actually captured. They had lost so much face. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to us. Otherwise, we will take revenge. Second brother said. This was the utmost confidence he had in his family's strength. At that moment, footsteps spread out. The bandits raised their heads and looked. It was the new sect leader that they saw in the morning. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about him. However, it was because of this that they were all wiped out. They are all here? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, they are all here. Second brother got up and said, Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, we have fallen today, but as long as you let us go, Wolf Brigade and Marshall Path Mountain won't interfere with each other. How about that? Wolf Brigade's reputation was still really strong. Normal people would know what to do. Lin Fan said, I didn't tell you to stand up, so you just stood up. That is a little arrogant. Cousin, break your legs. Yes. Kacha. Zhou Zhongmao was really quick. The second leader didn't even have time to react. When he felt the pain of his legs being broken, he finally realized that his legs were broken. Ah! Screams exploded out. Second brother laid paralyzed on the ground, his hands didn't know which leg to hold. Anyway, it was really painful. How could this happen? His methods were just too vicious. Rage points plus 999. He didn't hate Zhou Zhongmao, but he hated Lin Fan. He was the main culprit. How vicious. Yuan Tianchu witnessed everything. His methods were really amazing. When Lin Fan said that he was going to break his legs, he didn't react at all. It was like he was talking about something really normal. Lin Fan said calmly, I am a serious person. I hope that you can be more serious with me, second brother cried out. Third brother looked at Lin Fan in shock. The other bandits were so shocked that they were speechless, unable to say a single word. Cousin, trash their cultivation. Lin Fan said. Damn. The bandits panicked. How can you do that? You can't trash us, the wolf brigade won't let you off. They shouted and scolded, but it was useless. Zhou Zhongmao only listened to his cousin. He attacked really quickly. Paw! Paw! One palm for one, trashing all the bandits. He didn't show any mercy at all. The feeling of having one's cultivation trashed didn't feel good. Especially when Zhou Zhongmao did it so violently, it was so painful that it was unbearable. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 888. No matter who it was that had their cultivation trashed, naturally they would be furious. These bandits had many rage points. They had all reached their peak. In just a short while, it directly rose to over 10,000. How terrifying! He finally understood that unity was strength. With so many bandits working together, their strength was indeed terrifying. Zhang Tianshan said, Kid, send them to the city. Lin Fan said, why send them to the city? Don't you see that our Martial Path Mountain has become stronger? 32 free laborers helping to repair Martial Path Mountain is such a good thing, don't you think so? That's right. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head. My dear nephew is really smart. Why didn't he think of this method? Right. Free labor. He had already offended them. What was there to be afraid of? Kid, can I raise a suggestion? Zhang Tianshan said. N? Change the way you address me. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. Why were you treating me like an outsider? I am your uncle, but forget it. Sect leader. Lin Fan said, speak. Zhang Tianshan said, I think we should give them some motivation. If they don't repair Martial Path Mountain in 3 days, we will kill them. What do you think? Damn. Who asked you to look down on me? You are unlucky. The bandits didn't care about the pain, staring at Zhang Tianshan. You are a demon, right? Lin Fan nodded his head, then, a good suggestion. Let's do that. If they don't do it in 3 days, we will kill them all. Damn. Not only was one person a demon, but all of them were demons. Save me. Stop playing. Chapter 119. The Wolf Brigade bandits all panicked. We are bandits. Dignity, do you know what is the dignity of bandits? Just a few simple words and they decided our life and death. That was just too much. For some reason. They noticed that washing Martial Path Mountain in blood wasn't a wise choice. Chen Xingyao purposely conned them. The commoners around were still panicking. The arrival of the Wolf Brigade bandits had a huge impact on them, making them really uneasy and terrified. They wanted to find a hole to bury themselves in such that the bandits wouldn't be able to find them. But now the situation changed. Take a look. The bandits were defeated. They suddenly realized that bandits didn't seem so terrifying anymore. When they heard their screams, they actually felt a little pitiful. Oh my God. Many commoners were shocked by their own thoughts. As a commoner, they actually had such terrifying thoughts. Martial Path Mountain is so amazing, even the Wolf Brigade bandits were taken down. That's right, I don't dare to believe it. Martial Path Mountain is accepting disciples. I want to join Martial Path Mountain. They were tempted. They felt that Martial Path Mountain had changed. Lin Fan left. He didn't care much about this matter. Bandits were not bad and gave him many rage points. Maybe this was their peak. Zhang Tianshan looked down at the bandits and said calmly, although I am not the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, I am the deputy sect leader. Don't be disrespectful to me. Actually, with my age, I can be your father. However, forget it, there is no point in talking so much. Get to work, you only have 3 days. Once the time is up, I don't need to mention the outcome. The bandits raised their heads and looked at Zhang Tianshan. They didn't see it, they really didn't. The former Martial Path Mountain sect leader was actually so petty. In the end, he even played them. 3 days? Looking at this old and broken Martial Path Mountain, they panicked. This meant that they had to work overtime all night. Yuan Tianchu looked on silently. He saw it. Zhang Tianshan was really cunning to even think of such a method. It was obvious that he was eager to repair Martial Path Mountain. These bandits were all vicious people, they were vicious to others and even more vicious to themselves. Especially now that Martial Path was trashed and they only had 3 days, they would definitely crazily repair Martial Path Mountain. With the addition of 32 free laborers, they could also reduce the expenditure of the commoners' funds. It was a good plan. Yuan Tianchu no longer looked down on Zhang Tianshan. If one was bolder, Martial Path Mountain's decline might have been done by Zhang Tianshan on purpose. But he didn't dare to think like that. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It was terrifying to a certain extent. Staying on Martial Path Mountain was asking to die. His body shuddered, and a large portion of his nutrition disappeared. His lifespan was shaken by fear for a few seconds. He scattered the speculations in his mind. He couldn't think like that. Otherwise, he would really scare himself to death. The people waiting at the foot of the mountain were getting impatient. Oh my God! What was going on? Wolf Brigade's efficiency was just too slow. If you wipe out Martial Path Mountain, can you head down so that we can collect their corpses? There was no movement at all. This was too much of a scam. They were anxious to death. They were anxious to collect the corpses. Apart from looking at Wolf Brigade's killing methods, they also wanted to see whether or not they had silver. If they had enough, they would collect the corpses of the people on Martial Path Mountain. Some people were so anxious that they stomped their feet. If they weren't too afraid, they would have stepped up Martial Path Mountain. At this moment, there were people who were even more anxious than them. That was the Qin family young master. Such a long time passed, so why wasn't there any news at all? What was going on? Was there something good on Martial Path Mountain? Young master, don't be anxious. We all know how amazing Wolf Brigade is. They are definitely torturing Martial Path Mountain people. Li Tsong said. He wasn't happy with those bandits from Wolf Brigade, but one had to say that they were really strong, at least much stronger than him. Chen Xingyao said, how can I not be anxious? So much time has passed, and there is no news at all. Did something happen? No, Martial Path Mountain doesn't have any strong people, and they are weak. The second and third leaders of Wolf Brigade are here, so how could anything happen? Don't worry, young master. Nothing will happen. Let's just wait, and there will be good news soon. Li Tsong explained. As the Qin family teacher, his status was not bad. At least in the city, it was really high. As for the Qin family, she would definitely make the young master comfortable. When Huang Boren learned that Wolf Brigade headed to Martial Path Mountain, he was shocked. He knew that Chen Xingyao was petty, but he didn't expect him to be so petty. Other people might not know about the relationship between Chen family and Wolf Brigade, but his Huang family knew. However, even if they knew, it was useless. No one would believe that Chen family had something to do with bandits. Gather people to head to Martial Path Mountain. Huang Boren said. Chen Xingyao personally headed to Martial Path Mountain to find trouble, so he wouldn't care. However, the situation wasn't right. He actually called the bandits over. This was harming the interests of his Huang family. He just invested 5,000 silver, and he didn't even see any returns before it was gone. He definitely couldn't take it. Yes, young master. The servant replied and immediately went to gather people. Huang Boran's cultivation wasn't high, but he had money. With money, he would have helpers. In broad daylight, bandits were roaming around Jiang City, so how could he take it? Jiang City entrance. When Huang Boran brought his helpers out of the city, Chen Xingyao appeared. Brother Huang, where are you going? Chen Xingyao walked over and smiled as he asked. He really wanted to see Huang Boran's expression. Didn't you invest 5,000 silver? I will make it all go to waste in less than 3 days. Huang Boran said, good plan, but aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Move aside, I am too lazy to talk to you. Chen Xingyao's face was innocent. Oi, brother Huang, I don't know what you are talking about. Why don't I understand? Damn. You're going to cry one day, you rascal. Huang Boran didn't want to say more. As expected from a bandit aristocratic family, their methods were just so dark. He hoped that he could rush over in time. He didn't think that with Martial Path Mountain's current ability, they could block those bandits. Chen Xingyao smiled happily. Li Tsong suggested that they head to Martial Path Mountain to take a look at the situation. It would definitely be a blood ocean, broken corpses and arms, a tragic sight to behold. Maybe they could even see Huang Boran's pained expression. No one's money came from nowhere. 5,000 silver wasn't much to Huang Boran, but it wasn't little either. He didn't even see anything and it was gone, so how could he feel good? You little brat, let's go. Chen Xingyao said. Li Tsong was delighted. Young master's praise made him feel good, like every pore on his body had opened up. For Chen Xingyao, he really couldn't wait to see the situation at the scene. Huang Boran brought his helpers to the foot of Martial Path Mountain, and when he saw a bunch of sneaky people hiding there, he hollered. Who are you? Those commoners who were hiding at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the wolf brigade to leave, were shocked by that voice. They thought that it was the bandits, but when they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Huang, don't misunderstand, we are commoners. Everyone stood up, lifting their clothes to prove that they didn't bring weapons. They definitely weren't bandits. Commoners really didn't dare to offend these aristocratic families. If they didn't like you, then they would mess with you. Who could take that? Young Master Huang was not bad, his attitude towards commoners wasn't so bad. What are you all doing here? Did you see the Wolf Brigade bandits head up Martial Path Mountain? Huang Boran asked. We saw them, they went up a long time ago and didn't come down. We were actually waiting for the bandits to end so that we could collect the corpses of the Martial Path Mountain people. We were all kind and didn't have any other thoughts. A commoner said. Who would believe you? Those words could only be used to bluff fools. How could he not know what these people were doing? It wasn't like he hadn't met them before, they were just shameless and despicable. The bandits robbed the village, and they waited behind. Once the bandits left, they would go and kill them. In some cases, they would even kill each other when there was a conflict, and in the end, everything would be pushed to the bandits. However, Huang Boran wasn't in the mood to talk to them. He had a bad feeling in his heart. After going up for a long time, they still hadn't come down. Go, let's head up. Huang Boran said. Brother Lin, you have to stay calm. You can't be wiped out by the Wolf Brigade. Stay calm, you have to stay calm. 5,000 silver wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. Don't fall, let me see some hope of getting a return on my investment. The helpers that followed held their weapons tightly. They took in a deep breath and then exhaled. They knew that they were about to face the most terrifying bandits within 100 miles of Jiang City. They killed numerous people, raped, pillaged, and did all sorts of evil. When they faced them head-on, it would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. However, so what if they were a little nervous? They had many people, so they could just use the human wave tactic. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill these bandits. Huang Boren was protected in the middle by the helpers, and his footsteps slowly became heavier. He panicked. However, not long later, he felt that something wasn't right. The savageness of the Wolf Brigade bandits was obvious to all. However, what was going on? Why weren't there any screams at all? That didn't make sense. Of course. He didn't hope for Marshall Path Mountain to be wiped out. But the development of the situation wasn't right. Dong! Dong! There was a knocking sound. Huang Boren frowned. What was that sound? It wasn't screams, but it was more like something was being hit. He was delighted. There was still hope. It seemed like Marshall Path Mountain was defending against the Wolf Brigade. Go, let's go! Huang Boren hollered in rage. He waved his hands and brought his men to charge up. Brother Lin, hold on, I am coming. Huang Boren charged up Marshall Path Mountain. However, the situation in front of him stunned him. The workers were frightened by Huang Boren and thought that the bandits were here again. Both sides looked at one another. To the commoners, what was young Master Huang doing? Huang Boren didn't know what to say. What was going on? Didn't they say that the Wolf Brigade bandits went up the mountain? Where did they go? Flew away. Or were they blown away by a gust of wind on the way up? Young Master Huang, why did you come? When Zhang Tianshan saw Huang Boren, it was like he saw a pile of riches waving at him. Riches had a special attraction. To Zhang Tianshan, he had no resistance at all. Lin Fan walked over. Brother Huang, you brought so many people to help. Thank you, but it is too late. It has already ended. If you came earlier, you would have been able to see the situation. Huang Boren didn't bother about Zhang Tianshan. He walked in front of Lin Fan and said in shock, it ended. Lin Fan said, it ended. There are no problems, just a small fight. Those people are too mischievous. Damn. He really knew how to act. Those were the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. He actually said that it was a small fight and that they were mischievous. If other people said that, he would have slapped them. Stop bragging. If they had the ability, then go fight the Wolf Brigade. Those people are the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. Huang Boren asked. He wanted to confirm whether or not they were talking about the same person. There is a second leader who looks weird, his features are really tight, right? Lin Fan said. When Huang Boren heard that, it was true. Amazing, Brother Lin, you are really amazing. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this investment might be the smartest one I have made in my life. Huang Boren gave him a high evaluation. Those were the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. He thought that Marshall Path Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on, but who knew that the outcome would be like that? Joyous, it was just too joyous. The bandits of the Wolf Brigade were busy repairing Marshall Path Mountain. Death waved at them. If they didn't work hard, they would die. Second brother, do you think we will be fine? Third brother asked. Even if they completed the mission in 3 days, the outcome wouldn't be much better. However, they had no choice. If they didn't work hard, they would die now. If they worked hard, they could live for 3 more days. Within these 3 days, there might be hope for it to happen. Second brother said, no. N? Third brother found it weird. Second brother, you are so sure, do you have a plan? Second brother said, no, let's finish this matter first. We can live for 3 more days. If we don't return in 3 days, Big Brother will know that something happened to us and will think of a way to save us. Do you think that this place can stop Big Brother? However, for some reason, second brother felt bitter in his heart. His cultivation was trashed, and he would be a piece of trash in the future. Cultivate again? Don't be a fucking joke. He felt that he was a genius. However, it had taken him 15 years to cultivate to this level. Life. How many 15 years could there be? Especially after he started this job, his cultivation didn't increase. However, Big Brother's cultivation continued to rise, and that was for a reason. Big Brother split all the good things. What they distributed were the common things, such as gold, silver notes, and so on. Shush, work, that fellow is here. Second brother said. He saw Lin Fan walk over. Damn. Wait and see. Once Big Brother comes, you are all finished. Lin Fan pointed forwards and said, There, they are useless. They are too ugly, so they can only do manual labor. Those words were a little hurtful. Second brother heard it and was about to cry from anger. However, he had to bear with it. He was a bandit, the second brother of Wolf Brigade, who was terrified of him. How could he cry? Huang Boren's eyes opened wide. How amazing! He had never thought that someone would use the Wolf Brigade bandits as manual labor. Brother Lin, respect. Lin Fan smiled, not at all. You invested 5,000 silver in Marshall Path Mountain, which means that you have high hopes for us. We need to show some of our strength, what do you think? Our strength is okay, right? Huang Boren smiled, how is it okay? It is totally out of my expectations. Brother Lin, I have high hopes for Marshall Path Mountain's future. That's right. However, Lin Fan didn't have high hopes for himself. He wasn't sure how long he would stay in Marshall Path Mountain. Maybe his father would wave his hand and tell him to go home. He would definitely go home right away. What a waste. Father didn't let him go home, until now he didn't even send a letter. He didn't miss him too much. Lin Fan said, Brother Huang, since it is okay, why not continue to invest? The bigger the investment, the bigger the returns. Yuan Tianchu, who was smashing bricks, glanced. Bastard. He was bluffing such a pure teen again. Couldn't he have some morals and let him off? With his understanding of Lin Fan, he could avoid any danger. It was no longer possible for Lin Fan to scam him. He was immune to poison and didn't fear any schemes. This was what he comprehended during this period of time by Lin Fan's side. Huang Boren thought about it for a moment, Brother Lin, we can invest, but not now. We need to see some results. He wasn't a fool. How could he casually invest? He just invested 5,000 silver, and he had to invest again. That wasn't good. It was too rushed, and he had to take it slow. Okay, I won't force you to invest. Lin Fan said. It was good that someone invested. His life was really carefree. Fish and meat were provided for them every day, and they made do with it. Their days were not bad. Huang Boren asked, Brother Lin, how are you prepared to settle them? Lin Fan took a look, 3 days later, behead them. Pa-ta! Third leader's tools fell to the ground. The other bandits were really worried. Didn't you say that as long as we repair Marshall Path Mountain in 3 days, you would let us go? Second leader asked. Who said that? Lin Fan asked and looked towards Zhang Tianxian, you? Zhang Tianxian shook his head right away, I didn't say anything. His expression was one of someone who didn't want to admit it. He was heartless, a true man. I don't want to do it anymore. Third leader tossed his tools to the ground, his face was filled with determination. He wasn't going to do it anymore. If he wanted to kill him, then kill him. He was a bandit, and he had to be tough. Cousin, kill. Lin Fan waved his hands. Third leader knelt down in a daze, picking up his tools and working hard. He shouted, don't, I am joking. I will do it, can't I? Lin Fan said, if you don't want to do it, you will die now. If you do, you can live for 3 more days. Choose yourself, I won't bully you. Liang Yongqi, who was in the distance, pouted. Not bullying. You nearly rode on his body to bully him, and you still say you won't bully him. How cunning. He just wanted to return to Yu City. If he wasn't welcomed in the family, then so be it. It was better than staying here. He still had to work. He didn't care about him at all. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, I don't suggest you kill them. Wolf Brigade is the biggest bandit lair within 100 miles. I heard that the leader is really strong. If you kill them, it will attract unnecessary problems. That was what he thought from his perspective. Wolf Brigade had already formed a huge power. It would be really tough to wipe them out. Moreover, Wolf Brigade had many people. If they went all out to take revenge, it wouldn't be a joke. Even if Martial Path Mountain was several times stronger, they wouldn't be their match. Second leader listened in and felt really good. This Huang family young master was a logical person. He knew that Wolf Brigade couldn't be offended. Not bad, not bad. Continue to speak. Speak more about how strong Wolf Brigade was. Let this kid be afraid and then let them go. As long as he released them, he would counterkill them. Hee, just thinking about it made him excited. Pa! Zhang Tianxian smacked second leader's head and scolded, What are you laughing at? Do your work. Damn! The rage in second leader's heart was about to spit out. He really wanted to press Zhang Tianxian to the ground and beat him up. He was the second leader of Wolf Brigade, and he dared to treat him like that. Didn't Huang Boran say how terrifying Wolf Brigade was? Didn't he feel any fear in his heart? However, he had no choice. His cultivation was gone. He was also threatened by others, living under someone else's roof. It was tough, and he could only face these people with a beaten-up face. But don't forget. Every dog has its day, and they will regret it. Lin Fan smiled, Brother Huang, why did you release them? If Wolf Brigade comes, then come. Why would we be afraid of them? He really wanted to ask, when had he ever been afraid? Of course. His father didn't count. He kept forcing him to marry and have kids. He was really afraid. It was good that he came out to hide. Once the situation cleared up, he would return. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, you can't think that way. Some things have to be given. I live in Jiang City and understand Wolf Brigade. They do all sorts of evil things and fight over every little thing. If we get tangled up with them, we won't be able to get to where we are today. Second leader was furious, but when he heard those words, he felt really comfortable. Those words sounded like something a human would say. If one didn't personally witness how strong Wolf Brigade was, one wouldn't understand. Second leader said, Sect leader Lin, let us go. I can guarantee that we won't find trouble. Pa! Zhang Tianshan smacked second leader's head in rage and scolded, Do your job. If you speak any more nonsense, I will kill you. Damn! Thank you Brother Huang for your good intentions, but it is okay. If Wolf Brigade finds trouble, I will wipe them out. Wouldn't that prove Martial Path Mountain's value? Wouldn't Brother Huang be able to invest? Lin Fan said. For some reason. Huang Boran panicked, he felt like someone was looking at his wallet. This feeling was really magical. He hoped that it was an illusion. Foot of the mountain. Chen Xingyao was really anxious. Damn, what was going on? Could he give him some news? Was Martial Path Mountain wiped out? He just wanted to see the new sect leader and that dumb guy's head. He didn't want to see anything else. Young master, don't rush. There will be an outcome soon. Li Tsong said. Pa! Chen Xingyao slapped him, Of course you won't rush. You aren't the one being beaten up. Li Tsong felt wronged. Young master, why did you treat me like that? I was beaten up too. Could it be that in your heart, I'm really that unimportant? Go up and take a look. Chen Xingyao said. Li Tsong blinked. Young master, you are serious. Go up. Thinking about it, it didn't seem like much. Let's just go. Wait. Chen Xingyao stopped him. He noticed that Huang Boren had come down from the mountain. He was delighted. Brother Huang, what is the situation on the mountain? Is there a river of blood? Is it really intense? I told you that the Wolf Brigade people are all vicious people. How many of those who face them can have a complete corpse? When I formed the Bandit Suppression Guild, I took in money to wipe out the Wolf Brigade. Unfortunately, no one understood. Look at what happened. Chen Xingyao sighed. Who could he blame? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the person who had no foresight. Huang Boren stared at Chen Xingyao like he was looking at a retard. What was he even saying? He didn't know the situation and just spoke nonsense here. Who didn't know that the Wolf Brigade came because of his orders? Unfortunately, they failed. He smashed his own foot with a brick. It was so painful that he cried out. Chen Xingyao said, Brother Huang, you invested 5,000 silver into Martial Path Mountain, and now those bandits are benefiting for nothing. Haze, if they came earlier, Brother Huang wouldn't need to spend so much money. Huang Boren was lazy to talk nonsense with him and left right away. On the other hand, Chen Xingyao was rejoicing in Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. Brother Huang, don't go. Let's continue. To him, Huang Boren didn't say a word because he felt heart-pained. Young master, I said it was done. Li Tsong smiled. However, that was weird. Since it was done, then why didn't they send the head over? Looking at young Master Huang's situation, it was obvious that he didn't face the Wolf Brigade, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Where did they go? Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyways, it was done. Maybe those bandits left long ago. However, to Li Tsong, those bandits didn't do things well. They couldn't even do what they said. Young master wanted to see the head, so why didn't they just send it over? Young master, do you want to go up and take a look? Li Tsong asked. Chen Xingyao shook his head, Haze, no. I am such a kind person and can't bear to see such gory scenes. Go up and search whether or not there is that dumb guy's head. If you find it, bring it back to me. Li Tsong's eyes opened wide. He told him to search for the head in the corpses. That was way too fucking ruthless. How disgusting. He didn't want to go. However, if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to live his life. Young master would definitely beat him up. Okay, young master, I will go find that head right away. Li Tsong said. Go, I will head back first. Chen Xingyao was in a good mood. He wanted to find a girl in the city to play with. Li Tsong looked at young master's back view and exhaled. He was helpless, he could only brace himself and climb up the mountain. Needless to say, it was a little sinister. After a long while, Li Tsong heard movement on the mountain and frowned. What was going on? There were still people here. He peeked at her furtively. Suddenly, he saw a second brother who was moving bricks. He couldn't be wrong. Second boss's face was so unique. Just one look and you would never forget it. What is going on? Li Tsong's body shook. Didn't they say that Martial Path Mountain was wiped out? Who the hell was the second head? Why was he moving bricks here? Suddenly, a gaze locked onto him. Li Tsong noticed that dumb guy. With a yelp, he broke into a run. Damn! Damn! He was cheated. Martial Path Mountain was fine, the ones that were the bandits of Wolf Brigade. Young master, don't be happy, we were cheated. When Li Tsong returned to the city, Chen Xingyao was teasing a girl. That girl was really cute, she didn't shout and didn't cry. Instead, she showed an embarrassed expression. After all, Chen Shengyao was the young master of a big family. There must be a lot of young ladies who are looking for a partner. Li Tsong hurried over and stuttered, "Young master, no. Not good, Marshall Path Mountain is fine, the Wolf Brigade bandits were all captured." Chen Shengyao wanted to attack her chest, but when he heard that, his hand hung in midair. He turned his head and looked at Li Tsong. "What did you say?" The girl was prepared to accept young Master Chen's molestation. Seeing that young Master Chen didn't do anything, she was a little anxious. She moved forwards and exclaimed in shock. "Young Master Chen, how can you do that?" "Pa!" Unfortunately, what welcomed her wasn't more teasing, but a slap. Her head spun and she nearly fainted. How is that possible? Chen Xingyao's face was dark and sunken. Marshall Path Mountain captured the Wolf Brigade bandits. Impossible. Definitely impossible. "Young master, I personally saw it," Li Tsong said. He couldn't forget Second Brother's face, Second Brother's crooked back when he moved bricks, as well as that melancholic gaze. Chen Xingyao's gaze became really terrifying. When he thought back to Huang Boren's gaze, he felt that it wasn't sadness, but that he treated him like an idiot. Bastard. Since he knew, he was still acting in front of him. "Go, head to Wolf Brigade and tell them what happened here," Chen Xingyao instructed. Li Tsong was stunned. "Young master, you really didn't treat me as a human, right? I just came back today, and you told me to head to Wolf Brigade. That was too much." "Yes, young master, I will head over now." Li Tsong hurried over and left. In the alley, only Chen Xingyao and that girl were there. The girl curled up at the side and looked at Chen Xingyao in fear. "You heard it?" Chen Xingyao's face was dark and sunken. The girl shook her head. "No, I didn't hear anything, I really didn't." Chen Xingyao laughed coldly. He slowly walked in front of the girl, grabbed her head, and smashed it against the wall. Pang! 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 Blood covered her face, and he still didn't stop. The girl shouted in her heart. "You said you would tease me, so why did you do that to me?" Only when there was no more aura did Chen Xingyao loosen his grip. He lowered his head in thought, thinking about this matter. When he left the alley, a servant came in, picked up a sack, and placed the little girl inside. His actions were really familiar. Expert. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan felt that sometimes one couldn't be too anxious. Who knew when someone would come to deliver things? 32 free laborers, 32 horses, this was slowly strengthening Marshall Path Mountain. Rage points, 20839. Another huge amount of rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes had been cultivated to reach the peak realm, and he needed to raise it to returning to true. Improve. Consumed 4,500 rage points. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand had been cultivated to the Mastery Realm, and if he continued to raise it, it would reach returning to true. Then, the switch between the three techniques would be perfect. Improve. Consumed 3,500 rage points. Consumed 4,000 rage points. Consumed 4,500 rage points. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, reach the peak, Physique, 240, Martial Path Grade 8, Internal Strength, 240, Martial Path Grade 8, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 10, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics, Unmovable King Body, Unlearned, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Returning to True, Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, Returning to True, Rage Points, for 339 Dawn, T think that there were a lot of rage points. They were consumed really quickly. However, his own strength had increased by a lot, and within Martial Path Grade 8, he was definitely unparalleled. It was laughable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Big brother, why are you frowning? Is there something on your mind? Tell little brother will chop off his head and use it as a dish for big brother. The fifth boss said. The fifth boss looked a little vulgar. He had a thick neck, thick limbs, thick everywhere, and a loud voice. Pa! The fourth boss angrily slapped his fifth brother's head. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Your head will be used as food for big brother. Are you saying that big brother will eat human flesh? Fifth elder said awkwardly, my bad. I meant to use it as a urinal. Haze. Fourth brother stared at him in rage. He didn't know how to speak and his words weren't accurate. Fourth brother was a proper person and had studied in the past. It was tough for him to speak amongst this bunch of bandits who didn't. The leader said, I saw that second brother and third brother still haven't returned, so I am afraid that something will happen. Fourth brother said, Big brother, it won't happen. Second brother and third brother are really strong. It is just Martial Path Mountain, so how could something happen? Look, from their words, one could tell how much they looked down on Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan was really pitiful in the past. He made Martial Path Mountain, the only sect within 100 miles of Jiang City. However, bandits didn't care about it at all. How sad was that? Maybe second brother and the others robbed the village and had a good time. Anyways, they will definitely come back. Fourth brother said. The leader nodded, I hope so. However, for some reason, he was really worried. This feeling was just too magical. At this moment, Li Tsong dissed in his heart. What a beast. No matter what, the teacher had some status. Young master was too vicious. He had just rushed back from Wolf Brigade, and now he wanted him to head to Wolf Brigade. Couldn't he change to someone else or slow down a little? Not to mention anything else, his butt was hurting badly. This horse was a little fierce, it galloped like it was flying, causing his butt to jump up and down, and he didn't have a moment of peace. Martial Path Mountain, why do you have so many problems? Being wiped out by Wolf Brigade, just let my young master be happy. Why do you have to resist, you are sick in the head? Li Tsong scolded. Very quickly, he saw the brightly lit Wolf Brigade. They were finally here. However, thinking about how he had to rush back through the night, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood to protest against such actions. I am Qin family teacher Li Tsong, please open the gate. I have an urgent matter to find the leader. Li Tsong hollered. The bandit guarding the gate opened it. If there were many people, he definitely wouldn't open it just because of one sentence. However, there was just one person. If he opened it, then so be it. Would one person dare to be so arrogant? Li Tsong entered the stronghold and hurriedly got off the horse. He ran towards Loyalty Hall and shouted, Leader, I am Qin family teacher Li Tsong, I have an urgent matter to report. The leader was thinking about something, and when he heard Li Tsong's voice, his heart creaked. Damn! It can't be that something really happened, right? There was a high possibility. If not, why would Qin family teacher come to Wolf Brigade? Unless something happened. Loyalty Hall was totally silent. Everyone looked towards Li Tsong, their gazes made Li Tsong so nervous that he wanted to die. Damn! For some reason. He felt like a naked girl was tossed into a wolf's den. Could they not look at him like that? He panicked. What happened? The leader suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked. Li Tsong cupped his fists and said, Leader, something happened. Second leader of Wolf Brigade headed to wash Martial Path Mountain in blood, but they captured him. My young master ordered me to inform you to personally head out to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain. As expected. The leader's heart sank. Something really happened. He didn't see second brother and the others return in a long time and felt that things weren't right. It didn't take long to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain. Even if they robbed the village, it wouldn't take long. However, they didn't return, so it was impossible for nothing to happen. How did that happen? We all know about Marshall Path Mountain's strength. They don't have the ability to capture second brother and the others. Fourth leader stood up in shock. That was indeed the case. How strong could Marshall Path Mountain be? They all knew about Zhang Tianshan, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest sect leader in history. However, Marshall Path Mountain, which had the most trash sect leader, actually captured second brother and the others. No one would believe it if they said it out. Li Tsong said, "Leader, Marshall Path Mountain sect leader isn't Zhang Tianshan but someone else." He didn't understand the new sect leader's background. Anyways, he only knew that his name was Lin Fan. He was a young fellow. He didn't look special. However, it was this fellow who caused the Wolf Brigade to suffer a huge loss. Would you believe it if I said it? Fourth leader was in deep thought. Someone else? Big brother, I will head to Marshall Path Mountain. Fourth leader said. The leader frowned, "No, we can't send them one by one. Second brother and third brother are together, and they are really strong. Even the two of them were captured, so it is useless for you to go. Tell the brothers to prepare, we will head to Marshall Path Mountain tonight." He was prepared to head out personally. This matter revealed a sense of danger. If they didn't treat it seriously, they might be in trouble. Li Tsong was delighted. This relationship was great. With the leader of the Wolf Brigade personally heading out, what could Marshall Path Mountain do? Teacher Li, thank you for informing me. The leader said. Li Tsong said, No, we are all serving young master, so we should do that. The leader waved his hands, tell the brothers to prepare, we will head out tonight. Very quickly. Each shout was louder than the last. Pack up, those who aren't wearing pants wear them, we will head to Jiang City Marshall Path Mountain. Motherfucker, someone actually dares to offend our Wolf Brigade. He must be tired of living. I am going to start a massacre. He was filled with a bandit aura. Extremely overbearing. This was the Wolf Brigade, a bunch of wolves gathered together, even if it was a dragon, it would be bitten to pieces. Damn. Li Tsong was impressed by these bandits. They were really bandits. What did he see just now? A bandit hugged a girl and shouted who dared to offend them. There were even people helping to push his butt. Damn. What a beast. Can't you have a little shame? With so many men watching, don't you feel that your actions are a little offensive to public decency? Especially that girl, she was really unrestrained. She even shouted a few times like it was really comfortable. If this was in Jiang City, she would definitely be thrown into a pig cage. Teacher Li, while we are packing up, tell us who you like and we will let you feel good. A bandit suggested. Li Tsong was furious. Feel good your head, even if you don't find it dirty, I do. I am a person with principles. Of course. He still smiled, thank you for your good intentions, there is no need. His heart was filled with sadness. When he returned, he had to tell young master that these people were all beasts to do such things. In the future, he really didn't want to come to Wolf Brigade. He was just too blind. The leader stood on the steps, on his back was a giant blade that was as long as a person. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was terrifying. Wolf Brigade started to get busy. It had been a long time since they went all out. For one Marshall Path Mountain, the leader wanted to go all out. One had to say that he overestimated Marshall Path Mountain. If other people saw this, they would definitely think that there was a need to go all out for just one Marshall Path Mountain. However, to the leader, it was really necessary. Second and third brother being captured was enough to reveal a piece of news. There were experts there. If one underestimated them, one might suffer losses. Li Tsong looked on as the wolf brigade organized up. He muttered in his heart. Although it seemed chaotic, everyone knew what they had to do. Especially that bandit nature, it was just too strong. The entire wolf brigade was covered. Even he was suspecting. Could Chen family really control the wolf brigade with such a strong bandit nature? All the bandits rode on their horses, and they were filled with killing intent. Li Tsong felt like he didn't fit in. Mixing in a bunch of bandits made him feel uncomfortable. Let's go. The leader waved his hands, and the bandits moved out. There were hundreds of them, and some were left behind to guard the wolf brigade. My butt. Li Tsong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had to rush, but he had no choice. He was here to do a tough job, and he could only bear with it and wait until he returned to the city before resting. The bandits rushed. The sound of horse hooves rang out. They were really fierce, and no one dared to block them. A cold glow flashed in the leader's eyes. Especially the blade on his back, it added a really suppressive feeling to the dark night. The sky slowly turned bright. The Wolf Brigade bandits finally arrived near Jiang City. They rested on the spot and didn't act rashly. Leader, should we charge in right away? Li Tsong asked. He really couldn't wait. It was good for everyone to settle this matter earlier. His young master wanted to see heads. You don't know, my young master was interested in teasing that girl, but because of Marshall Path Mountain, he lost interest. Based on his estimation, that girl would be cut off from the world. The leader said, there is no rush. Li Tsong dissed in his heart. You aren't in a rush, but I am. Forget it, you are the head of the bandits, and you have the final say. Leader, I will return to the city to report to young master. I hope that leader can wipe out Marshall Path Mountain soon. Li Tsong cupped his fists. He couldn't spend too long with bandits. If others saw it and it spread out, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the longer he spent with these bandits, the more uncomfortable he felt. Look. That bandit even dug his nose, and after that, he even used his tongue to lick it. How disgusting. His overall quality was really low, and it exceeded one's imagination. The leader nodded his head. He didn't say much, like he had entered another state. Ride. Li Tsong headed towards Jiang City. He wanted to report to young master now. He hoped that young master could understand him. He didn't sleep for the entire night. His butt was about to explode. Don't give me more missions, just let me go back and have a good sleep. Big brother, what should we do later? Fourth leader asked. Second brother and third brother were captured on Marshall Path Mountain. He was really anxious, and he wanted to charge in right now to save his brothers. However, he had to listen to Big Brother's orders and couldn't act rashly. The leader looked at the sky, it is still early. Later, tell all the brothers to rest on the spot and keep quiet. Don't walk around. Once we deal with Marshall Path Mountain, they will have a good time. Yes. Fourth leader replied. He immediately ordered for all the brothers not to act alone. Wolf Brigade's discipline was not bad. However, the long-term victory caused some of the brothers to explode. Such things had happened in the past. When everyone was waiting for the merchants to pass by, some brothers actually went to the surrounding villages to find a girl to play with. That behavior wasn't good. Jiang City. Li Tsong rode back and hurried into the manor. He came outside young master's room and shouted, Young master, I am back. Chen Xingyao's mood hadn't been good since yesterday. How is the matter going? Chen Xingyao's voice spread out from within. He had been suppressing a fire in his heart and was waiting to vent it out. Li Tsong entered and reported the situation. Young master, the leader of Wolf Brigade personally led the brothers to wait outside of Jiang City. When the time comes, we will act right away. Still waiting? Tell him to wipe out Martial Path Mountain now. Go. Chen Xingyao instructed. What was there to wait for? Since they were already here, then attack. Wipe out Martial Path Mountain. Lift that bastard's head over. Li Tsong was filled with despair. Young master, you really didn't treat me as a human. Look at my eyes. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his eye bags were hanging down. Even if you didn't praise me, you had to let me go back to rest. You're draining my life force like this. What a beast. Yes, young master, I will head over now. Li Tsong hurriedly left. Chen Xinyao's face was cold. The Wolf Brigade's actions made him unhappy. They did what he told them to do, and they actually dared to wait. Once this matter ended, he had to meet them to have a good talk. Li Tsong returned to the leader and told him about young master's orders. What he didn't expect was that the leader only replied with 2 words. There is no rush. Damn. Li Tsong really wanted to die. It wasn't that he was in a rush, but that young master was. Couldn't he just act right away and complete the matter? He didn't stop and ran back to report the situation to young master. When Chen Xingyao learned that the leader went against his orders, his face was dark and sunken. Go, tell him, is he going against my orders? Li Tsong looked at young master. His heart was filled with despair. What did they treat him as? A messenger pigeon or a runner? Couldn't they just say it face to face? It was so simple. Why, is there a problem? Chen Xingyao frowned and asked. Li Tsong shook his head right away. No, I will go right away. Then, Li Tsong ran back and forth. To him, this leader was sick in the head. He wasn't in a rush, he wasn't in a rush. Why didn't he give a reason so that he could explain to young master? Now that he gave such a perfunctory reply, how was he supposed to explain? Young master and the leader's questions made Li Tsong want to spit out blood. He wasn't angry. But running back and forth caused his breathing to rise, and he showed signs of being restless. The time has come. Finally, the reply he heard wasn't that there was no rush. Li Tsong sat on the ground and panted. He was really tired. He just wanted to sleep. Leader, I will tell young master. Li Tsong got up and quickly returned to Jiang City to report to young master. The leader wrote a letter. 4th brother, send this letter to the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Remember, don't be rash. Yes, big brother. 4th brother replied. He didn't ask much. Big brother had his own thoughts, so he just had to send the letter over. He got on the horse and galloped towards Martial Path Mountain. All the bandits waited solemnly. Some pulled out their blades and spat out phlegm, wiping their blades. When they fought, it would be easier to slash people. Martial Path Mountain. 4th brother went up and took a look. It was really old, and one couldn't tell that this sect had the ability to take down 2nd and 3rd brothers. Suddenly, a familiar back view, especially under the sun, it gave off a sad feeling, too, before he even said that. The silhouette carried a few bricks and slowly walked away. The silhouette was on the verge of collapse, as if it could fall at any time. No, how could that be 2nd brother's back view? 4th brother shook his head and tossed that thought to the back of his head. Who are you? Suddenly, Zhou Zhongmao noticed an uninvited guest and asked warily. Cousin was here on Martial Path Mountain, so he had to pay attention to all strangers who came up. I am the 4th brother of Wolf Brigade. Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the simple and honest big blockhead in front of him reach out and grab him with his 5 fingers. Damn. Even bandits like us won't make a move before the other person has finished speaking. That was too violent. He focused, that claw was tough to dodge. Energy flowed around his fingers, and there was a suction force. The fourth boss staggered backwards. His cultivation was okay, martial path grade 6, and he was ranked high in Wolf Brigade. However, at this moment, he felt that things weren't right. Zhou Zhongmao stepped forwards, and with a paw, his fingers seemed to be able to shrink the ground as he directly grabbed fourth brother's head. He used strength and pressed down with one hand. Fourth brother's head smashed into the ground, causing it to crack and form a small hole. He showed mercy and didn't use too much strength, otherwise, his head would have exploded. What are you doing? Zhang Tianxian patrolled Martial Path Mountain to see who was slacking. He saw Zhou Zhongmao beating someone up. Why did he beat him up so early in the morning? He even pressed his head to the ground. Didn't he think about whether or not his head hurt? If he turned into a retard, would he take care of him? Nothing. Zhou Zhongmao said. Zhang Tianxian looked at Zhou Zhongmao. How did Lin Wani have such a dumb nephew? He was scarily dumb. When he looked at the fellow who fell to the ground, he exclaimed. He felt that this person's face was familiar, like he had seen it before. He lifted his head up. He looked closely. Oh my God. Wasn't that the fourth brother of Wolf Brigade? Why did he come here? That was impossible. Did he say anything just now? Zhang Tianxian asked. Zhou Zhongmao replied, he said that he was the fourth brother of Wolf Brigade. What else? Zhang Tianxian asked. I. Zhou Zhongmao thought about it, he seemed to have said one word. Me? Zhang Tianxian was confused, what did that mean? N. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head, that was the last word he said, it was me. Then I attacked. Damn. You are so dumb. Zhang Tianxian was speechless. How did Lin Wani teach his nephew? Could he wait for him to finish before attacking? The fourth brother of Wolf Brigade appeared here. That wasn't a good sign. What are you doing? Lin Fan woke up, holding a bowl of shark fin stewed with bird's nest. His conditions were average, so he just ate it. Sect leader, look at what your cousin did. He didn't even finish and he knocked him out. How can he be so violent? Zhang Tianxian grumbled. Lin Fan took a look, who? Zhang Tianxian said, fourth brother of Wolf Brigade. N? Lin Fan found it weird, why did people from Wolf Brigade come here? To save their comrades? But just one person, didn't they look down on him a little too much? There is a letter. Zhang Tianxian saw a letter beside fourth brother. He picked it up and opened it. He sucked in a deep cold breath. Damn. Lin Fan took the letter and looked at it carefully, occasionally nodding his head. The content of the letter was roughly like this. I am the leader of Wolf Brigade. I heard that you captured my second and third brother, so we have to talk. If you don't want to suffer, then release them, otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Sect leader, what should we do? Wolf Brigade is going all out, and we have so few people, we aren't even enough. Zhang Tianxian said. Lin Fan was really calm, what are you panicking for? Their second, third, and fourth brothers are all here, so why are you panicking? Zhang Tianxian thought about it. That made sense. They had a bargaining chip. Yuan Tianchu got close. He saw that the situation wasn't right and knew that something huge had happened. As expected. Wolf Brigade moved out. This was a huge matter. Brother Lin, can I take a look at the letter? Yuan Tianchu said. Lin Fan passed the letter to Yuan Tianchu and thought about what would happen next. Many people would definitely come. If he let them go just like that. Even if he agreed, the heavens wouldn't. If the heavens wanted to, they would scold him. What did it have to do with him? He agreed. Yuan Tianchu frowned and read word by word. There was a problem. There was a problem with this letter. He looked at the fellow lying on the ground. Wolf Brigade was probing. This letter wasn't the final goal, but it was for this person to probe the Marshall Path Mountain situation. If Lin Fan let this person go, then Wolf Brigade wouldn't hesitate to attack. Now, Lin Fan kept this person here to threaten the Wolf Brigade. He looked at Lin Fan. As expected. Who said that Lin Fan was a fool and a piece of trash? That was because they didn't see the current situation. As expected, his thoughts couldn't be guessed. He had absolute control over everything. Terrifying, this person was really terrifying. Yuan Tianchu's heart was beating really quickly. The more he interacted with Lin Fan, the more he realized how terrifying Lin Fan was. It seemed like he had to thank him for not killing him in U City. With his personality, he wouldn't have been able to block Lin Fan's schemes. Luckily, he grew quickly and was able to follow Lin Fan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was able to follow Lin Fan's thoughts, but that Lin Fan didn't know where they came from. He was sick in the head. Sect leader, what should we do now? Zhang Tianshan asked. Although he didn't panic anymore. If he didn't solve this matter, he would feel bad. Lin Fan said, do what you need to do. Drag him away and continue to work. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but that he didn't think of a way to deal with it. He would just leave him alone and think of a good idea. Yuan Tianchu muttered in his heart. He didn't panic in the face of danger. The enemy was already here, but he was still able to keep calm. If not for him being too dangerous. He really wanted to sit down and drink a few cups with him and chat. Liang Yongqi was really carefree. When he saw that Yuan Tianchu was talking to someone, he knew that this fellow was thinking about something. What nonsense was he thinking about? None of it worked. Wolf Brigade bandits. N? The leader frowned. So much time had passed, so what was fourth brother doing? Why wasn't he back yet? The reason he sent the letter was to let the other party know who was coming, what their purpose was, and what they should do. It was just so simple. What the hell? Such a simple matter, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Big brother, fourth brother isn't back yet. Was he captured by them? Fifth leader said. Don't speak nonsense. We bandits know the rules of the world and don't kill envoys. Marshall Path Mountain is a sect, so how can they not know? The leader hollered in rage. Fifth leader nodded, that's true. A long while later. The leader was a little impatient. It had already been 2 hours. Where was he? He wanted to ask, where was he? Fourth sister, don't tell me you're struggling with some old woman halfway through your life. Suddenly. A person walked over from the distance. Big brother, someone is here. Fifth leader exclaimed. That person wobbled as he walked over with much difficulty. The moment he opened his mouth, he cried, Leader, you are finally here. Why is it you? Where are my second brother, third brother, and fourth brother? The leader asked in rage. The bandits said, Leader, they were all captured. This is the letter they told me to send to you. He took out the letter and passed it to the leader. The leader hurriedly took it, tore it open, and read it carefully. The rough meaning was that they were all here, and if they wanted them, they had to pay to redeem them. There were 33 of them, and he would give one to them for free. Damn! What kind of people were they? They were actually so shameless to such an extent. They even dared to extort bandits. However, the threat of this letter was really strong, and the leader was stunned. Who had such boldness to dare to talk terms with their wolf brigade? The leader asked, What is the situation on Marshall Path Mountain? The bandit said, Leader, Marshall Path Mountain has a total of 6 people. The rest are our brothers, 96 people. The leader was shocked. No wonder. He looked at the brothers behind him, he only brought 100. And the bandit nodded his head, he didn't hear any problems. Big brother, head to Marshall Path Mountain to save our brothers. They deserve to die. The leader calmed down, head down first, we need to consider this matter carefully. He wasn't thinking about Marshall Path Mountain, but about Chin family. There were so many people on Marshall Path Mountain, so why didn't Chin family tell him? They even wanted him to send people over. Wasn't that like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth? Was it? Chin family wanted to clean up Wolf Brigade, which was why they came up with such a plan to let them fight to the death with Marshall Path Mountain. He was the one who reaped the benefits. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The leader knew that he had done some things that made Chin family feel uneasy. The bandit was anxious. Leader, what are you thinking about? There are only 6 people on Marshall Path Mountain, and if so many of our brothers charge up, won't we wipe them all out? The leader got off the horse. He pulled out the human-tall blade on his back, stabbing it into the ground. He straightened his back and looked towards Marshall Path Mountain. There were fierce tigers there. Then, he looked at Jiang City. The Chin family there was like a drooling wolf. Both sides would suffer heavy losses, and Chin family's plan would succeed. No. As the leader, he had to think about the brothers behind him and definitely couldn't fall for their trap. At that moment, the leader was in deep thought. One wrong step and he would fall into the abyss. A huge choice appeared in front of his eyes. If he chose wrongly, he would fall into the abyss. This matter wasn't just about him. His brothers trusted him, so he couldn't let them die. 5th brother. The leader said. 5th brother said, Big brother, what is the matter? Quickly return to the stronghold and bring 30,000 silver over. We will redeem them. The leader said. He had already decided. He wouldn't fight Marshall Path Mountain, but to ensure the safety of 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother. 5th brother was shocked. What did Big brother mean? However, he listened to his big brother and immediately replied. He turned his head and left, rushing back quickly. With his writing skills and ability, he went all out. 6 hours was enough for him to return. Chapter 121. Lin Fan had no choice but to let a bandit go and bring the letter back. He couldn't think of any good ideas. Lin Fan was annoyed. He had to admit that he was smart and his brain was developed, but it wasn't enough. Moreover, the Wolf Brigade bandits sent a letter to discuss terms. That was a humiliation. Other people could take it, but he couldn't. You came to discuss terms with me, I will discuss terms with you too. Who was afraid of who? Xian. Sect leader, how would Wolf Brigade agree? Zhang Tianshan said. He didn't dare to believe that this kid would actually write a letter to blackmail them, to let them take money to redeem him. That was just too overbearing. We only have 6 people here. What could we use to fight? If Wolf Brigade directly attacked, they would definitely flatten Marshall Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu said, they will give. When he said that, Yuan Tianchu was really confident. He had seen through everything. That surnamed Lin person was really amazing. Lin Fan looked at Yuan Tianchu with a weird expression. Little brother trusted him so much. He wrote that letter just for fun. How could he treat it seriously? Now, he said that they would give it. That was a little mysterious. Nonsense, what do you know? Wolf Brigade will give money, I will be the deputy sect leader for you. Zhang Tianshan didn't like young people to be arrogant. It was okay if Lin Fan was arrogant, but he was the sect leader, so what could he do? At most, he was half a grand disciple, and he dared to say such words. Young, he was still too young. Yuan Tianchu didn't retort. But he was confident in his heart. He had absolute confidence that Wolf Brigade would send the money over. There were 2 points. One was that Wolf Brigade still hadn't attacked, which meant that they were hesitating and weren't sure about Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan's calm and collected actions gave the other party immense psychological pressure. 2 was that Wolf Brigade's 3 leaders and 29 brothers were here. Wolf Brigade was probably thinking about how to save them. When they weren't confident, they would choose the middle method. However, he was a little suspicious. What method did Lin Fan use to make Wolf Brigade believe that Marshall Path Mountain was extraordinary? He really didn't see that point. Fourth, why are you here? When the second head saw number 4, he was extremely shocked. It was fine that they were captured, but wasn't number 4 with Big Brother? Why was he also captured? Fourth leader said, Marshall Path Mountain doesn't care about morals. I came to send a letter and they actually captured me. To think that they are still a sect, actually being forced like this. Second leader's anger burned. How could there be such a shameless existence? Even bandits like them knew not to capture envoys during negotiations. When they learned that their big brother had brought their brothers from the stronghold, they felt much more at ease. There would definitely be no problem with Big Brother taking action. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No morals at all. More bandits than us bandits. Rivertown, Chen family. Li Tsong felt really bitter. He was sure that young master really didn't treat him seriously. No, I'm very tired now. I just want to go back and sleep. But the young master didn't let him go down to rest. He was still spouting nonsense. I want Marshall Path Mountain to be destroyed. I want to see that blockhead's head. Wait, that's all I'm talking about. That gentle young master didn't act anymore. There was no one around, and he directly showed his cards. He was just such a violent person. Li Tsong consoled him. Young master. Don't worry, the Wolf Brigade will definitely move. Marshall Path Mountain will definitely be covered in blood, killing everywhere. Very quickly, someone will send ahead to him. He said those words to calm the young master down. Also, can you be considerate and let me go to sleep? His eyelids started to fight, and he just wanted to close his eyes. Chen Xingyao said, head to Marshall Path Mountain right now and keep an eye on that place. If there is any movement, report back right away. Li Tsong was stunned. Young master, you are amazing, so heartless. I understand. Li Tsong replied. He left the manor and rode his horse towards Marshall Path Mountain. Li Tsong was really tired. Logically speaking, Marshall Path Grade 6 could increase one's fatigue resistance. However, he was still a human. He wasn't a monster like Zhou Zhongmao who couldn't sleep for a few days. After getting close to Marshall Path Mountain, he didn't head up right away, but he hid in a hidden place and looked on. Logically speaking, the Wolf Brigade should have already headed up. He just needed to wait for them to descend the mountain, and that was when he would act. However, when he laid down, a wave of sleepiness swept over him. He couldn't block it at all. His eyelids drooped. He was getting more and more sleepy. He would close his eyes for a while, but he definitely wouldn't sleep. Once there was movement, he would definitely wake up. With this thought in mind, Li Tsong fell asleep with a peace of mind. She fell into a deep sleep. Huang Boren walked around the room, his face was solemn and he was really worried. What should he do? What should he do now? He had no choice. Even if he brought the guards to help, they would basically be wiped out by the Wolf Brigade. Chen Xingyao, do you need to make such a big deal? He really didn't expect Chen Xingyao to be so petty. Wasn't it just a small conflict with Marshall Path Mountain, and he sent the Wolf Brigade to wipe it out? Too vicious, he was just too vicious. To him, the 5,000 silver was probably going to be wasted. As for winning, what a joke. The leader of the Wolf Brigade personally came out, so how could they win? That was totally different from before. Before, it was just a small fight. Now it was huge. The news of the entire Wolf Brigade moving out couldn't be hidden at all. Many commoners passed by and saw the Wolf Brigade from afar. They were so terrified that they found a place to hide. They even wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. After which, the news was brought back to the city. Everyone knew that the Wolf Brigade had moved out. The people in the city were terrified. Of course. They knew that the Wolf Brigade didn't dare to behave arrogantly in Jiang City. However, with their strength, even in the city, when they heard the words Wolf Brigade, they were so terrified that they shivered. After a long while, Chen Xingyao was a little impatient. Damn! You bunch of bastards! Did you make a move or not? It's been so long. He was so angry that he was dumbfounded. Why did it take so much effort to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain? Did the Wolf Brigade really want to rebel? Chen Xingyao was filled with killing intent. It was best to kill a dog that didn't listen. If he continued to keep it, it might become a problem and hurt him. What was Li Tsong doing? He told him to head to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look, so why wasn't he back yet? If the Wolf Brigade didn't attack, he should have reported back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He picked up things and smashed them on the ground. The people around him didn't listen, and that made him feel so annoyed. The servants outside didn't dare to get close. When young master was angry, don't go in, people would die. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked into the distance. What was the situation now? Were Wolf Brigade going up or not? The waiting made him a little annoyed. Or was he really not going to care and just let these people die on their own? That was just too heartless. He walked in front of the few leaders and said, so much time has passed, and no one has come to save you. Did he give up on you? The fourth head was infuriated. Despicable, shameless. Rage points plus 111. A little useless. He tried his best to provide that. My big brother definitely won't abandon us. Second leader said. He was really confident. This was his trust in big brother. Lin Fan said, he won't abandon you. What about the people now? Until now, no one has come up, and you still say that he didn't abandon you? Damn! The three of them were furious. Could they stop saying such things to sow discord among them? Anyway, they wouldn't believe it. Big brother would definitely come to save them. Sect leader Lin, if you let us go now, I can go back and tell big brother that we will forget everything and that we won't come again. Fourth leader said. He was someone who read books. He would lie. Like second and third brother, they basically said whatever they wanted and wouldn't lie. He wanted to calm them down. Maybe without big brother coming to save them, they would be able to leave safely. Fourth brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Big brother is here, so how can we be afraid of him? Second leader said. Damn. Fourth leader wanted to scold him. Second brother, can't you just shut up? If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Why are you as dumb as fifth brother? Of course. He definitely wouldn't say it out. He was fourth brother, and this was second brother. If he said it, he would be beaten up. Second leader hated Lin Fan a lot. Their cultivation was trashed. Even if they returned to Wolf Brigade, what position would they be in? Their brothers wouldn't be happy. Just at that moment, a Wolf Brigade bandit went up the mountain. Marshall Path Mountain Sect Leader, my leader agrees to your request. This is 30,000 silver, please release them. That bandit stood at the entrance of Marshall Path Mountain and shouted. He didn't dare to enter. He was afraid that he would be captured by Marshall Path Mountain like the few leaders. Fifth leader wanted to come, but the leader was afraid that Marshall Path Mountain was plotting something, so he sent him over. Damn. Little brother was also one of the brothers. Why didn't they care about him at all? Lin Fan was shocked. What was going on? They really sent money over. Wolf Brigade was just too cowardly. Marshall Path Mountain only had these few people, and only 2 of them could fight. They were actually suppressed just like that. Weird. That was really weird. Yuan Tianchu smiled. As expected, it was exactly as he expected. Zhang Tianxian was stunned and then he was delighted. They actually sent money over. Why was that? Or was it because Marshall Path Mountain was famous and the Wolf Brigade was afraid of us? If that was the case, then he shouldn't have closed Marshall Path Mountain. Today, the ones who were the most shocked weren't the 3 leaders, but the 3 leaders. Damn! What was Big Brother thinking? Wasn't it just Marshall Path Mountain? Why did they send money over? He should have waved his hand and let the brothers of Wolf Brigade trample Marshall Path Mountain and turn the entire place upside down. Now they actually sent money over. Was this still the style of their Wolf Brigade? They were bandits. Only they snatched money from others, so there was no reason for them to give money to others. Fourth leader said softly, "Second brother, third brother, don't be anxious. This might be Big Brother's stalling tactic to numb them and then take them down." His words made sense. The 2 of them nodded their heads. Out of the brothers in Wolf Brigade, only fourth brother had read a few books and was a knowledgeable person. Although it didn't seem like much outside. But over at their side, fourth brother was the Grand Secretary. Lin Fan said, "Let me take a look." The bandit was a little nervous. For the leader to send silver to redeem someone, he definitely wasn't ordinary. Although he hadn't entered Wolf Brigade for long, he had been through dozens of missions, but he had never faced such a situation. 30,000 silver was a thick stack. Zhang Tianxian's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect to see so much money today. Marshall Path Mountain had a chance to rise up. The bandit said, "This is a letter from the leader." Another letter. The 2 sides weren't far from each other. Couldn't he just come over to talk? Why did he have to write a letter? How problematic. He took a look. The content was simple. A man has to keep his word. 30,000 silver, let them go. He was afraid that Lin Fan would kill them, which was why he said that a man had to keep his word. He was a little smart. However, he really didn't understand. He didn't do anything, so why was he so afraid? It was weird. The bandit looked at Lin Fan nervously. He was waiting, but he was really afraid. Should he let them go or not? If he didn't keep his word and didn't let them go after taking the money, then he would really be unlucky. Lin Fan said, "I am a man of my word. Since you have given the money, then let them go. Cousin, let them go." The bandit heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had some morals. Those bandits who didn't rest on Marshall Path Mountain were so emotional that they wanted to cry. This place was too dangerous, too terrifying. He didn't treat them as humans at all. They worked day and night. They didn't even have enough to eat. Sometimes they were beaten up. Now that they could leave, they were so happy that they wanted to cry. They wanted to vent the sadness in their hearts. Fourth brother didn't say much. It seemed like Big Brother was worried about them in case they were injured in their hands. This was why he wanted to save them first, and then he would directly trample Marshall Path Mountain. What a good plan. Second brother, third brother, don't speak. Let's leave this place first. Once we leave, it will be time for us to take revenge. Fourth brother said. I know. The bandits who were kidnapped by Marshall Path Mountain stood together with haggard expressions. Your leader is not bad, he took money to redeem you. I am a man of my word, so I will let you leave. However, I advise you to run quickly. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and told them to leave. Their luck during this period of time was really good. Not only did they get free labor, but they also got 30,000 silver. He didn't think that money would come so easily. The bandits couldn't be angry anymore. Their willpower had been worn down. Marshall Path Mountain's sect leader was a little fierce, and it wasn't good to offend him. It was best if they fled. The path down the mountain wasn't long. Fourth brother thought about it. Big brother, come out quickly. Let's bring our brothers to kill. However, there was no movement. The area around was silent. Or was this halfway up the mountain, and Big Brother and the others were waiting below? Fourth brother, where is Big Brother? Second brother asked. Didn't you say that Big Brother just wanted to save us first? Why wasn't there even a ghost? The bandit said, Second brother, leader is waiting for us there. Fourth brother smiled. Big Brother really cared about people. He didn't wait at the foot of the mountain, but waited for us to arrive. He dressed up and brought his brothers to charge up. Was he thinking about our reputation? He thought that we were captured and felt uncomfortable, so he wanted to wait for us to charge back together to get rid of the trauma in his heart. As expected from Big Brother. He would follow him for the rest of his life. In the next life, he would follow him. There were horses at the foot of the mountain. The bandits brought them over to welcome the leaders and brothers. Marshall Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. He knew that things weren't so simple. With his understanding of Lin Fan, these bandits wouldn't leave so easily. Zhang Tianxian said, Sect leader, we are rich. They were really rich. 30,000 silver. What investment did they need? Just this money was enough to develop Marshall Path Mountain. Recruit disciples. Eat well and drink well. Their days of enjoyment were finally here. However, he noticed that Yuan Tianchu's gaze towards him was a little off. What did he want to do? Didn't he say that if he really sent money, he would be the deputy sect leader for him? Kiki. He even believed a joke. He was still too young. Lin Fan stood on the spot and didn't move. He calculated in his heart. The bandits should have reached the foot of the mountain and left Marshall Path Mountain. He was a very particular person, and he was also a very trustworthy person. Since they used money to redeem him, then naturally, he had to let him go. Now that he was out of Marshall Path Mountain, the agreement was completed. Lin Fan said, Cousin, a bunch of bandits came to the foot of the mountain and did all sorts of evil things. I can't take it anymore. And, cousin is right. Zhou Zhongmao said. He said so much. Why didn't he understand? He blamed himself for being dumb to say such deep words to his cousin. Cousin, kill. Lin Fan said. Okay. His words were really simple. Zhou Zhongmao knew what cousin was thinking. Wasn't it just killing? There was no need to say so much. Zhang Tianxian's mouth was agape. Damn. He just released him, and when he reached the foot of the mountain, he sent his cousin to kill him. His face changed too quickly. Yuan Tianchu understood. He guessed it right once more. As expected, he was going to attack. But from this, one could see that surnamed Lin was a person who paid attention. He let him go, and once he exited Marshall Path Mountain, then he would acknowledge him. At that time, he didn't need to care about him. Liang Yongqi didn't think so much. He just felt that way. How despicable and cunning. He said that he would let him go, but now he sent his cousin to kill him. That was just too despicable. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was very fast. He directly rushed down the mountain, wanting to kill those bandits. The bandits who left Marshall Path Mountain hugged the necks of their horses. They had no strength at all. Tired. It was great to be able to return to freedom. Once they recovered, they had to head to the surrounding villages to find some girls. Suddenly, they heard the low rumble of thunder behind them. Everyone turned their heads and looked. They saw a person jump into the air and then land on the ground, forming a huge hole. He then jumped up again. It was really shocking. Every time he bounced, he would cover a distance of 100 meters. Damn! What was going on? What was that? Fourth brother's expression was really solemn. After taking a look, his expression changed. Go, split up and gather with the main group. He didn't expect that Marshall Path Mountain wouldn't keep their word. After letting them go, they sent people to kill them. Damn! Some bandits exclaimed, pulling the necks of their horses and shouting. Ride! Ride! Run faster, run faster! Heavens! Why didn't the sects have any morals at all? They had already agreed, so why didn't they keep their word? Too much. That was really too much. Some bandits turned their heads and saw a terrifying scene. That fellow appeared beside their comrade, waving his arms and slapping. His comrade and his horse exploded into pieces, blood splattering in the air. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Was he even human? Zhou Zhongmao was only martial path grade 9, but he was really strong in terms of brute strength. Before he even started cultivating, he was much stronger than normal people. Lin Wani saw that he had such potential. The current Zhou Zhongmao could casually throw out a palm strike that contained an extremely terrifying power. Pang! Pang! The explosion continued. Even if they split up, Zhou Zhongmao could still get to their side. He stretched out his arm and slapped. Thick internal strength formed a terrifying power that exploded out. The air was about to explode from the pressure. Second brother, third brother, quick! Fourth brother shouted. This person was really strong, and he wasn't someone they could block. He really didn't expect that Marshall Path Mountain wouldn't keep their promise. Damn! At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao was like a human-shaped tank. Facing these bandits, he didn't need to use any techniques. He just used the most explosive strength to smash them into pieces. That explosion scene was like that of hell. Don't run, my cousin said that he wants all of you to die. Don't let me complete my mission and disappoint him. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. The vengeful energy on his body became thicker and thicker, and he became faster and faster. He moved. A horse galloped past him. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the horse's tail, and exerted force. The horse ran too quickly, and its inertia was too strong. It was directly ripped into half. The bandit on the horse opened his mouth. Time seemed to have stopped. The bandit didn't know what was going on. Pang! Zhou Zhongmao's palm was really thick. He pressed down on the bandit's head and smashed it to the ground, causing it to explode. What kind of demon is this? The bandits who had escaped were crying. They were already crying from fear. This fellow was even crueler than them. It made one feel despair, and there was no way to fight back at all. Fourth brother looked on as more and more people died. He was really anxious. Big brother, save us. Second and third brother were terrified. They only knew to run forwards, and they didn't dare to think about anything else. Wolf Brigade gathering ground. The leader looked into the distance and frowned in deep thought. Why wasn't he back yet? Did he keep his promise? Suddenly, his brothers appeared in his line of sight. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed like they were back. However, shortly after, the situation changed. He saw a mysterious person appear in front of his brother. With a slap, that brother was gone. Right. He didn't see it wrongly. He was gone just like that. Big brother, save me. Fourth brother shouted. Damn. The leader reacted. He got on the horse and charged into the distance. He was furious. What was going on? He went back on his words. Out of the 30 bandits, only a few were killed by Zhou Zhongmao. Only second brother, third brother, and fourth brother were still alive. Zhou Zhongmao looked towards fourth brother, who shouted the loudest and chased right away. He raised his hand and was about to slap him. As long as he hit, fourth brother would definitely split into pieces. Fourth brother felt death cover him. He turned his head and his face turned ashen white. No, stop. The leader was furious. He stepped on the horse and jumped into the air. He pulled out a blade and slashed towards Zhou Zhongmao. Zhou Zhongmao was solemn. He didn't continue to kill fourth brother, but he slapped towards the leader. He used his body to block the blade. However, Zhou Zhongmao's palm gave off a glow. It looked like the mixed energy broken jade hand, but it wasn't. There was a difference between the two. Pang! They clashed. Their auras clashed. Both of their internal strength was really thick. The ground cracked. Expert. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. He didn't expect the leader of Wolf Brigade to be so strong and be able to fight him head-on. The leader's hand that held the blade trembled. So strong. The person in front of him was really strong. He wasn't confident that he could take him down. Your martial path mountain is so untrustworthy. I have already given the money, so why do you still want to kill my men? The leader asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, my cousin doesn't like bandits. The reason was just so simple. After clashing with Zhou Zhongmao, the leader felt more and more like Chen family was conning his wolf brigade. With such an expert here. If he didn't personally head out, he would basically be asking for trouble. However, Chen family didn't tell them about such a situation. As expected, they hoped to see Wolf Brigade and Martial Path Mountain both suffer heavy losses. Very good. Since they were heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Big brother. Fourth leader turned his head and shouted. He was pulled back from the brink of death, until now he still hadn't come back to his senses. The leader said, bring the brothers and leave, I will block here. Big brother, go. There was no point for them to stay here. They would drag him down for nothing. Fourth leader was unwilling, but he understood what Big Brother meant. He also knew that if they stayed here, not only would they not be able to help, but they would drag him down. Second brother, third brother, let's go. Fourth leader hollered. Zhou Zhongmao didn't say any nonsense and attacked right away. Cousin said to kill, so he had to kill. The two of them were experts. Maybe Lin Fan didn't expect the leader of Wolf Brigade to be an expert. At the start, the two of them were on par. But gradually, Zhou Zhongmao was suppressing the great leader. The two of them were educated differently. The leader might have been untrained, but Zhou Zhongmao was different. Lin Wani personally taught him, and there was a huge difference between the two of them. The leader was waiting for a chance. Once the brothers retreated, he would find a chance to leave. They continued to fight. He felt that there was a high chance that he would fall to his hands. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan waited. Cousin went out for a period of time, so why wasn't he back yet? He forgot to tell cousin not to chase a cornered enemy. If the bandits fled, then don't chase. In the dense forest. The leader fled quickly, and he cursed in his heart. Damn. Are you still fucking human? Just fight enough, was there a need to chase so closely? After he noticed that the brothers had retreated, he retreated too. He thought that he would give up after chasing for a while. Who knew that this fellow would be so vicious, and he wouldn't stop until he caught him. He chased relentlessly, giving him a huge headache. Damn. The leader gritted his teeth and looked at the blade in his hand. Love blade, I am sorry. He then tossed it behind. Xiao. The blade broke through the air. Zhou Zhongmao flipped and grabbed the blade. It was heavy, and it slowed down. The leader took the chance to flee. He ran. Zhou Zhongmao stood on the spot and shook his head. He returned from where he came from. It was a waste that he didn't kill this person. How was he going to tell his cousin? He was going to disappoint him, how annoying. Zhou Zhongmao's thoughts were really simple. He would do whatever cousin said. He just had to complete the mission that he gave him. If he didn't, he would be really sad. Chen Xingyao was about to go crazy. Where were they? Where did they all go? What was going on with Wolf Brigade? Did they wipe out Marshall Path Mountain? Li Tsong, you dog, where did you die to? He was really angry now. He felt like the rage that he had accumulated for so many years had exploded out today. In the courtyard, there were already servants who were killed. Many of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, afraid that they would attract young master's attention. Beneath Marshall Path Mountain, Li Tsong woke up. He slept really well, and there was even saliva hanging at the corner of his mouth. This sleep replenished his life force, and he felt like he was alive. He was curious, why was there no movement? The sky was about to turn dark. Did Wolf Brigade settle the matter or not? Their efficiency was too low. Young master was definitely anxious to death. Forget it. He should personally head up the mountain to take a look. Just at that moment, he saw a person. He immediately hid on the spot and didn't move. Wasn't that the silly guy from Marshall Path Mountain? Why was he still alive? Was it, when he thought about that, Li Tsong's expression wasn't right. Wolf Brigade failed, and they didn't wipe out Marshall Path Mountain. Or did they not fight with Marshall Path Mountain at all? Damn! What was the reason? If he knew that this was the case, he wouldn't have slept. He actually didn't understand the situation. How was he going to explain when he returned? He wouldn't tell young master that he was too tired, so he fell asleep there. He didn't know what happened next. If he really said that, then he would just sleep. There was no need to wake up. Li Tsong thought about it. Thinking about Wolf Brigade's attitude towards young master, he thought about a possibility. Wolf Brigade definitely didn't attack. Right. He would say that when he returned. Jiang City, Qin family. Young master, I am back. Li Tsong shouted. Instantly. An expensive flower vase flew out from the room. Where did you die to? Why did you only return now? Chen Xingyao scolded in rage. That dog, he really was a dog. Li Tsong said, young master, it isn't that I didn't want to return, but Wolf Brigade didn't attack at all. Only when they left did I leave. They were lying to you. A pained expression appeared on his face. It was to show how sad he felt for young master that they didn't do anything for him. They dare. Chen Xingyao didn't believe it. Did Wolf Brigade really want to rebel? They even dared to not listen to my orders. Li Tsong said, young master, they really dared. I personally saw that dumb guy jump back from the foot of the mountain. Nothing happened at all. Everything he said was true. He personally saw it, so he was definitely right. Scram. Chen Xingyao's eyes turned red as he scolded. He lost all his face. The commoners might not know, but Huang Boren definitely did. Wolf Brigade came, but nothing happened. In the future when they met, would there be less mockery? Young master, calm down, I will scram now. Li Tsong cried out. He was really agile and quickly scrammed. If he stayed now, he would be a fool. Didn't he see how angry young master was? Even if he was the Chen family teacher, it was useless. Martial Path Mountain. Zhou Zhongmao returned with the leader's weapon. Cousin, we didn't kill them all. A few of them ran, and we only snatched this weapon. His tone was low and he felt a little bad. Lin Fan's expression was a little weird as he patted his cousin's shoulder. Very good. Cousin didn't say anything. It was really good. Looking at the time, he went out for such a long time, so he probably chased for a long time. However, he was a little careless. In the future, he couldn't let cousin take risks. He should have told cousin not to chase a cornered enemy and not to run too far. If he faced a tough one and something happened to cousin, he regretted it. Zhou Zhongmao said, Cousin, I failed. Lin Fan said, You didn't fail, you succeeded. Cousin is happy. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.